From VP Hopeful Walz and Bill Clinton. Then Eye on America, how one election official is working to restore trust in voting, one conversation at a time, on the CBS Evening News.
Hello, I'm Nancy Cordes at the United Center in Chicago. Welcome to a special Democratic National Convention edition of America Decides. It's night 3 here in Chicago. We've already heard some sound checks this afternoon from big-name performers like Maren Morris, John Legend, and a short time ago, Stevie Wonder. They're preparing to bring down the House tonight. It's also Tim Walz's big night. The Minnesota governor also did a walkthrough earlier today ahead of his keynote address tonight, where he will formally accept the Democratic Party's vice presidential nomination. Big night for him. Also speaking this evening, former President Bill Clinton. He's going to be delivering his 12th consecutive convention address. He's been doing this for 44 years, believe it or not. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg will also speak, and we're going to hear from former Speaker Nancy Pelosi as well. Those speeches come on the heels of former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama, the pair making their case for Kamala Harris last night, rallying voters with back-to-back stem winders. Take a listen.
Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight.
Consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something.
Do something. And what are they going to do tonight? Well, for that, I'm going to go now to Weijia Jiang and Ed O'Keefe. Ed is on the floor. Weijia's here with me. It is a White House unit reunion. It is great to be together with the two of you. So, Ed, I'm going to start with you down there on the floor because you experienced all that energy firsthand. It was off the charts when the Obamas spoke. What was that like? And tell us more about how Democrats are planning on following that up tonight.
Yeah, it was the First Lady's night. I think more than former President Obama, in that she so forcefully laid it all on the line. Even that explicit, this is Michelle Obama asking you to do something. This is one of the most admired, famous women in the world. Knew full well that by re-engaging in partisan politics, she was inviting criticism, scrutiny, attacks on her, and she warned her party that they're coming in a way that I think, many of them knew in this hall and perhaps needed to be reminded. Also, that talk at the beginning about the mood, that feeling in your gut that it's been a tough several years. You may not have hope anymore, but that something may be happening here. A nod to her husband's legacy, that movement that he began in 2008, but also capturing a moment in the American psyche that, yes, perhaps something is happening with the Harris campaign now underway, this snap election in November. And, already you're hearing talk that because of that ability to capture the mood, the way maybe Mario Cuomo did in 1984, or her husband did 20 years ago this summer, it could ultimately rank as one of the most memorable, effective convention speeches ever given. If you thought Lil Jon was a lot last night, as you were alluding to, Nancy, it seems the Democratic Party has a few more up their sleeve tonight. We heard sound checks earlier today for Stevie Wonder. We know that John Legend is being joined by Sheila E. for a tribute to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Those are, reminders that this party in so many different ways is trying to make connections with voters, in this case, culturally. If it isn't Tim Walz on stage or Bill Clinton tonight that draws you in, maybe it's a clip of Stevie Wonder performing tomorrow morning in your Instagram feed, or the sight of John Legend here on stage that makes a younger voter think twice about this election. Whatever it takes, it seems the Democratic Party is pulling out all the stops to make it happen.
Speaking of Little John, Ed, it appears, and I don't know if you got a monitor down there and you can see this, but it looks like you photobombed him last night during his big moment. You were just a few feet away from one of the men of the evening right there. What was that like?
It was, we're standing here at center court of the United Center, and Lil Jon just, strolls out the way he did. And you think to yourself, all those years of studying journalism and political science and covering campaigns, and it comes down to moments like that. definitely a highlight. And look, the reality is you get packed in down here. We were over watching New York throw its delegates at Harris, and Spike Lee was standing there with them, handed me his phone, and said, "Could you take a few pictures?" I said, "Well, look, if the movie director is telling me to take pictures for him, I will oblige." You know, kind of cross the Rubicon there a little bit, but it's Spike Lee. It's that kind of night. It's that kind of place. And there's going to be more of it tonight and tomorrow. Look, there is a element of Hollywood and the music industry that favors Democrats and is willing to do what they can to help. And the Democrats said, come to Chicago.
Who knows who you could run into tonight? You had an opportunity last night to get sort of a preview of what Tim Walz, who's delivering the keynote speech tonight, might say. Let's take a listen to a little bit of what he had to say last night and then talk about what we'll hear tonight.
You run a campaign based on fear like them, you're going to run into a little trouble when you run into a campaign that's based on joy.
He's been talking about joy a lot. Is that what we're going to hear tonight?
He's been talking about joy since the moment he was really introduced as her running mate. And it's not just him talking about it. Anytime that the campaign has put forth anybody who has known Governor Walz from his past to his present, they talk about the fact that he is a jolly guy and that he has big girl dad energy and that he is just happy-go-lucky, which is built into his personality. And it's also now become part of the campaign strategy to draw a contrast between them and the Republicans. And so I think we'll hear a lot more of that. And we heard yesterday from the second gentleman as well, who portrayed his wife as a joyful warrior. And I expect that will be the case too, Nancy, because it's not enough that he is a happy guy, right? He has to show that he can transfer that personality into real action and make deals and make changes for Americans. And tonight's theme is a fight for our freedoms. We've already heard Governor Walz talk about his very personal story about he and his wife having to use fertility treatments to conceive their children. And I do expect him to go deeper into that tonight as well. And before we move on, I have to say, because I wouldn't be doing my part on this reporting team if I didn't just say Nancy and Ed. It's actually Lil
John.
I
realized that as soon as I said it, that I stuck the T's in there.
It's okay.
It's Lil John.
But
that was very unbrat of me.
Big Walz tonight.
Yep.
Big waltz for Walz.
Big Walz.
It's his big dance. So really it's his chance to introduce himself to America in a new way.
And Ed, he's going to be introduced tonight by one of his former students. Actually, one of his former 7th graders. He was his basketball coach and his track coach. And you had a chance to speak with a former high school student of Walz's as well. What did he have to say?
So there's going to be, I think, about 14 of them on stage at some point tonight. Football players, students who know him from Mankato. We spoke with John, who was a defensive tight end on the team, about Mr. Walz earlier today and what he's expecting you might hear tonight. Did you ever think you'd be in Chicago to see your old high school football coach get nominated as Vice President of the United States?
You know, came a certain point when you saw the opportunity and, you know, as he was a football coach and then moved into politics, you saw that the way he was able to communicate translates well.
What do you think is maybe the biggest misconception about him?
Well, I don't know. You know, you've seen a lot of people throw things at the wall, and I don't think anything's really sticking.
Nancy, you're also probably going to see a few of these tonight from the Minnesota delegation. They brought their red flannels for tonight's big speech. This is Bernie.
Bernie, yes.
What part of the state are you from?
I live in New Brighton, Minnesota. I'm originally from Duluth.
And what do you make of your governor getting picked and having this big night?
This is a big night, and we are very excited and very proud. I can't tell you what it means for me to be here. I actually get to work with the governor on a pretty regular basis. I'm the president of the Minnesota AFL-CIO.
Oh, yeah,
and,
yeah, you do.
So that's a big deal, and just to be here and be with the Minnesota delegation, it's been an amazing, I mean, just the lead up, right? I mean, first we knew that Vice President Harris was going to be the candidate, and then everybody was sitting on pins and needles, and we certainly shared a number of pictures with our governor on Facebook, a lot of us, and so that was a lot of fun. But to be here tonight and knowing that he's going to speak, I can't tell you how proud I am and just there will be some tears, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's going to be an emotional evening, but we're just in a great mood and ready for this to happen.
Well, we'll see how it goes.
It's going to go great.
All right. Thank you, Bernie, for saying hi. Nancy, they're going to stick out real fast, so we figured we'd give you a taste of it. But back up to you.
Thanks so much, Ed. Yeah, one of the most memorable moments of Barack Obama's speech last night was when he said that Tim Walz has a lot of flannels in his closet that look like they've been through some things. Ed O'Keefe on the floor, Weijia Jiang here with me. Thanks so much. We'll be talking to you again a little bit later in the night. Well, while the Democratic National Convention continues here in Chicago, former President Trump campaigned in North Carolina today. What he had to say during his first outdoor rally since last month's assassination attempt. You're streaming America Decides. We'll be right back.
Now that we have changed the world, it's time to change America.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to night 3 of the Democratic National Convention. Democratic Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii joins me now. Senator Schatz, it's so good to see you. You said something really interesting the other day. You said winning and losing feels the same until the end. We're 1 month into the Harris nomination. Can you tell whether you're winning or losing?
It sure feels like winning today. This is a good week. I've been to now 4 conventions. This feels a lot like 2008 in Denver with Barack Obama. I think one of the differences is that, you know, when it was Obama, it was almost this messianic fervor about his individual talent and leadership. This feels more like a team effort. This feels like, you know, a friend of mine used to say, a movement is faith in strangers. And I feel like from all across the country, we're starting to have faith in strangers again. So we feel good. We're having fun. We have a long way to go, but I'd rather be us than them.
It can sometimes be hard at these conventions to tell whether all of the excitement in the arena is translating out in the country, is translating in states like yours, in Hawaii, which is overwhelmingly Democratic. Can you get a sense at this early point about whether there's more excitement about Harris than there was about Biden, and whether that's going to translate into action?
I think there's a couple of things. First, you know, we watched the polling and it's been improving. But also the feeling is incredible. We've had a couple of tough conventions where there were real fault lines in the Democratic Party. And it's not like we all agree on everything now, but I think we all agree on the main thing, which is that we've got 77 more days to fight for freedom. And I also think that launching from this position gives us, I think, we just feel like we're on a rocket ship right now. Lots of bad things can happen in the next 77 days, and we have to brace ourselves for that. But I would certainly rather be the campaign with momentum.
Speaking of fault lines, one of the major fault lines right now, not only within the party, but in the country, is Israel and the war in the Middle East. And you were one of the first senators to come out in favor of conditioning military aid. There are no, as far as we know, Palestinian speakers on the docket over the next 4 days. Do you think that that's a mistake, given the way so many young people in particular feel about this war?
Listen, I think this is a tough one, but there is an opportunity here with the vice president to kind of reset not just the politics of this, which is what we're talking about tonight, but the foreign policy direction of the United States. We've got to start thinking about what happens the day after this war. We've got to fight for a two-state solution. And Kamala Harris is going to be a loyal vice president. There's only one commander-in-chief at a time, but I think people are correct in intuiting that she is going to chart her own path forward. She does not have a 30 or 40-year relationship with Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. And I think there's an opportunity to turn the page here.
You and one of your good friends in the Senate, Chris Murphy of Connecticut, have been doing these videos that you're posting on social media where you talk about various issues, looking to, you know, convey your positions to the party and also explain to particularly younger voters where Kamala Harris stands. Let's take a listen to a clip and then we'll talk about it.
J.D. Vance actually said that people with children should be assigned more votes than people without children, and that if you have a kid, you get like an extra vote, but then you get to control that vote until they turn 18. It's weird, and it's I don't know what to say. It's just bananas.
So where did the idea for these videos come from? What are you trying to accomplish?
Well, we were texting each other about how we could kind of elevate, I think, some of J.D. Vance in particular. You know, he's got weird ideas.
He's your Senate colleague.
He's my Senate colleague, and we've had pleasant interactions on a human level, but that's got nothing to do with this. I'm not calling him personally weird. I think it is actually a weird idea to say that if you have children, you get more votes than if you don't have children. And that's not the only weird idea he's got. And I think one of the reasons that I think the Republican Party is having difficulty connecting with the mainstream is that J.D. is kind of in an internet bubble of people who agree with him all the time. And it's kind of the first person who's been a major party nominee for vice president or president who seems to not understand that there are people outside of his little internet bubble that find all of those ideas to be not just weird, but abhorrent and offensive.
Were you surprised that he was selected as Donald Trump's running mate based on what you know of him as his colleague in the Senate?
Yeah, I mean, he's really new to politics, and politics is hard, right? He's a very bright guy. He's written a book and all the rest of it, and he's got the Ivy League education. So in terms of the resume, it looks just fine. The problem is politics is hard. Running for the state house is hard. Running for mayor is hard. And he's literally never done this. And it's like taking a relatively talented rookie and putting him on an NBA court. They're not going to do well.
What are you hoping to hear from Tim Walz tonight?
Well, this man is aggressively normal, and I think that's his strongest selling point. He is a relatable human being, but it's not just that. Like at some point, people were wondering whether this is like, hey, it's a normal guy shtick. He actually is a normal human being. He is a football coach. He is a teacher, he is a father, he is a veteran, but he's also got this incredible record of democratic governance, right? He passed all of these incredibly important and popular policies once the Democrats won the trifecta, the House, the Senate, and the governorship in Minnesota. So it provides a model to tell the people across the country, what will we do with power? We're going to enshrine Roe. We're going to move forward with climate action. We're going to take care of children and families. And I think it's a little less scary when we describe it in those terms. None of these propositions are radical. All of them poll very well, and all of them are going to motivate not just our base voters, but a lot of swing voters who want people to be taken care of by their government.
I've never heard aggressively normal used as a compliment, but I definitely get what you're going for in this case. Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii, thanks so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Well, coming up, former President Donald Trump held his first outdoor rally today since last month's assassination attempt. Earlier this afternoon, he and J.D. Vance rallied supporters in Asheboro, North Carolina. The former president stood behind bulletproof glass. Trump narrowly lost the state to President Biden in 2020. And that is where we're going to find our Scott McFarland this evening. Scott, tell us a little bit about the scene there in Asheboro. What was it like being there?
There were some symmetries to the event July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, where the shots were fired. The flag was actually erected in the same pattern, the same way, with the same makeshift diagonal beams holding it up above a stage that looked the same in front of a crowd wearing those same red hats in the same type of political community. Asheboro is about 90 minutes from Charlotte. It has that same political complexion as Butler, Pennsylvania. But the security regimen was visible at times. You could see that bulletproof glass bowl that surrounded the stage when J.D. Vance spoke first and when Donald Trump spoke. There was a moment he stepped away from that bulletproof glass area to check on one of the rally-goers experiencing a medical emergency. But we also noticed inside the place, there seemed to be tighter restrictions on the movement of the crowd once they got to their seats. So there's so many pieces of security, Nancy, you can't see with the naked eye. Today, it was visible for those who were close to the former president.
Scott, you were at the Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania a month ago, so it must have been kind of surreal to be there today. What was that like for you? And did you get any sense that it had any effect on former President Trump to be back in a similar situation at an outdoor rally?
Yeah, the first outdoor rally with supporters since July 13th. There were some things that had the echo of July 13th. I mean, literally, this rally was right near a Sheetz gas station, just like the Butler, Pennsylvania one was. There were these vendors with makeshift stands selling Trump hats and Trump shirts. We saw that all over Butler, Pennsylvania. But it was also quite clear, Nancy, this was a smaller venue with the security apparatus, the barriers, the higher, tighter barriers, the estimates on the crowd, maybe 2,000 to 3,000. That's significantly smaller than Butler. The campaign pledged this was going to be an event about military and defense issues in this state that's home to Camp Liberty and Camp Lejeune. And the former president did at times talk about military and defense issues before he meandered off to other things. Let's listen to some of what he had to say about U.S. military security.
4 years ago, our country was strong and respected like never before. Our allies admired us. Our enemies feared us because everyone knew that as an American president, I was all about putting America first. That's true. Under my leadership, we rebuilt the United States military, created Space Force, and we made our allies pay their fair share.
But to be clear, Nancy, he deviated off that message. He meandered at times, topic to topic, going off that teleprompter. He had some very cutting criticisms of the Obamas, who he said took shots at him last night from the convention stage. He made jokes about President Biden. This was at times, unfocused, nearly hour-long set of remarks from Donald Trump.
Right. He said that the Obamas were very unkind to him in their speeches here at the convention last night. He also said earlier this week, Scott, that it's fair for him to make personal attacks against Vice President Harris because those attacks are coming his way from here in Chicago. What did he have to say about her today?
Yeah, he first of all invoked the former president's middle name, which he often does, and he said that former President Obama was nasty, and that Michelle Obama was too, with their words last night. And he has this thing, and he exercised it again today, where he asks the crowd if he should go off the teleprompter and share his real thoughts. And there's a kind of a call and response there, and they were supportive of him inching towards or delving right into personal attacks. And it colored so much of these remarks today. He just floated topic to topic. He was not disciplined on message, not disciplined on the teleprompter, and that has caused heartburn, to put it charitably, among Republican surrogates with whom I'm speaking.
Yeah, heartburn among his aides as well. In fact, he said today that they've been pressuring him to stay on message, but that they're all fired, which I assume was a joke. Scott McFarlane, thank you so much for that wrap-up. We really appreciate it. Well, the Obamas stepped back into the spotlight, taking aim at former President Trump. But how will they keep showing support for the Harris-Walz ticket once this convention is over? A former Obama spokesperson will weigh in. You're streaming America Decides from the Democratic National Convention. We'll be right back.
Donald Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But take it from an actual billionaire. Trump is rich in only one thing: stupidity.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes. Did you ever have these problems before the derailment? No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, or bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
Or you can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs?
There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
That was the former president and the former first lady going after former President Trump last night here in Chicago with some memorable lines. Tommy Vietor joins us now to discuss. He is formerly the spokesman for the Obama administration and for the National Security Council. He's also the co-founder of Vote Save America and Crooked Media, for which he serves as the co-host of Pod Save America. Wow, you have a lot of titles.
I was going to say, sorry for sending you all those titles. Thank you for having me on.
It's great to have you.
It's great to be
You're
here.
one of the pod guys.
Thank you. Yeah,
basically,
sure.
right?
Take that.
So last night you posted that the Obamas tore the roof
They did.
off of this arena. But, you know, that's to be expected of them.
Mm-hmm.
They deliver good speeches. What do you think they're going to deliver over the next 2.5 months when it comes to actually hitting the trail for Kamala Harris?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Michelle Obama has been very honest about not liking politics, not liking it at all.
Right.
So I think it was a big deal that she was here last night and gave that speech. I think it's a reflection of the fact that she is actually a very close personal friends with Kamala Harris. They live in D.C., they hang out, they talk, you know, like very few people can commiserate and understand the lives that the two of them have been leading the last decade or two. So I imagine they'll be on the trail. Barack Obama will be out on the trail. He, I think, is one of the best messengers in the party because he excites rooms like this, but he also does something that Democrats sometimes forget to do, which is try to persuade the other side, to hear them, to, you know, take on their argument and assume good faith when people disagree with you. And so that's what I would expect.
Right. He said you wouldn't hate your parent or your grandparent if
Right.
they didn't agree with you on everything.
Right.
You would talk to them about
Exactly.
it. That's a good point. You know, you've been watching every minute of this convention and podcasting about it. You said something the other day online, and it set off kind of a scavenger hunt to figure out what exactly you were talking about. I'll read it to you. You said, "Message to all future DNC speakers. This is not about you. It's Kamala Harris's convention. The goal is to deliver a message to help her win, not maximize your own time on stage or create a social media moment." Who in particular were you talking about there, Tommy?
The royal we. I mean, I think one, the lesson is never tweet. Two, I think, look, we live in this world where everyone's just trying to have a moment and go viral and make a splash. And I get that. But this is Kamala Harris's convention. And when your speech goes long, and then the next speech goes long, and the next speech goes long, and Joe Biden gets driven out of primetime in his own night, that's terrible. That stinks. And so I think people need to remember that. They need to listen to the really talented speechwriters who are working in the bowels of this building, actually the Chicago Blackhawks locker room, editing these things for them and not beefing them up after they get their final draft.
Speaking of Joe Biden, you and your fellow hosts at Pod Save America were among the first who ripped off the Band-Aid the morning after his disastrous debate with former President Trump. And you just came right out and said he should think very seriously about leaving the race. And that really caused shockwaves and caused a lot of people to think, oh, well, former President Obama must feel that way as well because all of you worked for him. The thinking was you wouldn't say that if you thought that it was going to anger former President Obama. Can you walk us through your thought process before you did that podcast about whether it was a good idea or not to go there?
To be honest about what we saw.
Yeah.
I think look, President Obama is like, I owe everything in my career to him. He's the best boss I've ever had. I don't know that he knows what I do for a living necessarily. He's been on the show, but I don't think he's ever listened to the show. So we're not like checking in with him and making sure arguments are okay. We watched that.
Don't sell yourself short. It's a pretty popular podcast.
It's a popular podcast, but he's got better things to do.
I'm sure he's dipped in at some point.
Who knows? So we watched that debate. We're sitting in a hotel room in Boston. We're watching together, and look, it was a train wreck. It was the worst presidential debate I've ever seen, and I think it was clear that my job now is to be honest about what I saw. I don't think it does Democrats any favor to say, let's rally together, we can get through this. Let's tell the American people that they didn't see what their eyes are telling them they saw. And so, I don't know, we figured, say what you think and let the chips fall.
But there must have been a few scary weeks for you guys there after, there were a lot of Democrats who came after you, who said that you were being disloyal. And there were a lot of Democrats who in private said that they agreed with you but weren't willing to go public. Yeah, I mean, I think my take on this is I didn't start my own company and my own show to not say what I think, right? So we were just going to be honest. And I think, I don't know, if I woke up the next day and I said, actually that debate was fine, I think our audience would know we were lying and you would have no credibility and they wouldn't listen to us going forward. So I think the Republican Party has become a cult of personality. They do what dear leader Trump tells them to do, and they'll change positions on a dime. Democrats, we are a big motley coalition of different people. We're diverse, age, race, gender, socioeconomic status, and we have debates about things, and I think that's healthy. And yeah, it hurt. I did not like feeling like I upset friends of mine who are working on the campaign, who are working a lot harder than I am, a pampered podcast guy sitting in Los Angeles. Like, they're grinding it out in Wilmington doing the real work. But I think at the end of the day, we all have good intentions and got to a better place. Well, as a result of what you said, many other Democrats said as well, we're now at the Harris convention rather than the Biden convention. So a big, major shift in the past couple of months. Tommy Vietor, thanks so much for being with me. I really appreciate it. This is very fun. Thanks so much. Well, Republicans take center stage at the Democratic National Convention. Why some of them on the right are finding a home with Harris and talking about it. Our political panel will weigh in next. You're streaming America Decides from the DNC. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here tonight to officially nominate Kamala Harris for president. Bob, get loud, another round of shots. DNC, turn out for what? Turn out for what? Hey, turn out for what?
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
we are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive. Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to America Decides. It's not only Democrats advocating for Kamala Harris here in Chicago. Several Republicans are arguing that their party needs to move on from Donald Trump.
He has no empathy, no morals, and no fidelity to the truth.
The grand old party has been kidnapped by extremists and devolved into a cult. The cult of Donald Trump.
Let's bring in our political panel now to discuss. Finn Gomez, Toulouse Olorunipa. Finn is CBS News political director, and Toulouse is the White House bureau chief for The Washington Post. Great to see both of you. Finn,
yes.
Good to have you back here on the podium. We just played some of that sound from Republicans at the DNC last night. We still have a couple more Republicans we're going to hear from over the next couple of days, like Adam Kinzinger. Does an appearance by a never-Trumper like Kinzinger, like Stephanie Grisham, does that move the needle for swing voters?
I think it does in certain states, like Georgia. We just heard Donald Trump a couple weeks ago go after the very popular Republican governor there, Brian Kemp. I think you also have like the Healy Republican in other parts of the state, the sort of more moderate foreign policy focused Republican, and you have like the sort of old school McCain Republican, right, in Arizona, where I think they like Donald Trump's policies, but they do not like Donald Trump personally. I think Stephanie Grisham and sort of the argument that she made about Donald Trump, I think it can move the needle in those places.
Right. It reminds people that it's okay to split from your party from time to time. Toulouse, one of the biggest focuses tonight is going to be immigration, which is interesting because that's not typically seen as an issue that is a strength for Democrats. Are they trying to preempt Republican attacks on Harris over her role when it comes to immigration?
They are definitely trying to at least neutralize the issue in the minds of voters. Republicans have had a big advantage when it comes to immigration, especially over the past several years under the Biden administration. But in the last few months, Democrats have tried to flip the script by saying that it was Donald Trump that sunk a bill that was bipartisan that would have helped solve the problem at the border, and because he wanted to keep it as a political issue, he told other Republicans not to vote for that bill. And we've heard Kamala Harris say in front of big crowds at big rallies that she would sign that bill as president. And so it is an effort to take a tougher stance. It is an effort for Democrats to try to get ahead of this issue. This is an issue that has become one of the top issues, according to polls, that voters are thinking about. And so it would be political malpractice for Democrats to cede that issue to Republicans. That's part of the reason they want to be talking about it in the way that they want to focus on it during their convention, in a way that will allow them to change the narrative and allow people to see it through their lens as opposed to the lens that Donald Trump has been proposing.
I want to ask both of you about a couple of new developments today. We learned that independent candidate RFK Jr. has secured a spot on the Arizona ballot. That's key. Arizona is a battleground state. We also learned that he's going to speak in Arizona on Friday about the future of his campaign. And Finn, his running mate, has been saying this week that they are considering dropping out of the race and throwing their support behind Donald Trump. How would that affect the race?
I think it's some of the polling that we have seen that actually would help or could help Donald Trump, because if you look at the polling prior to this news, and CBS News has confirmed that he is seriously considering dropping out of the race, but it will pull more from Donald Trump. His support does help. It pulls more from Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So conversely, if he did drop out of the race, maybe that support goes to Trump. However, I do think that some of that support are also people who are looking for like another option. It wasn't about RFK Jr. It was initially they didn't want to vote for Trump. They didn't want to vote for Joe Biden. And now, I don't know if that's as strong as they think it might be. However, again, in places like Arizona, it's like there could be some razor thin margins. Our own polling shows that it's essentially, within the margin of error. So, every little bit counts,
It could also, Toulouse, clarify things for some moderate independent voters who hear the Kennedy name and assume that he must side with the Democrats.
That's true. We have already started to see some movement in the polling where some of the vote that was going towards RFK Jr. has shifted back towards Kamala Harris since Joe Biden ran out of the race. But it would not be a surprise if a number of Democrats saw an endorsement from RFK Jr. for Donald Trump, or a sign that he has moved more to the right, as an indication that they need to take their vote and take it away from him and put it in the Democratic column. And so there have been a lot of questions about what the third-party vote share will be in this election. I do think that these signs from the RFK camp that they are considering dropping out, that they're considering putting their support behind Trump, would only allow some of the voters that saw his name, saw his last name, and thought that he would be more of a Democratic kind of independent person. Those voters may be more willing to vote for Kamala Harris if they don't find a name that they can put their vote behind in a Kennedy. And I would be very surprised if some of those voters listened to his endorsement and decided to go to Donald Trump.
Some Latino voters that I spoke to in Arizona, when I spoke to them, they told me they liked Kennedy simply because of his father's legacy, not fully understanding or knowing what he represented, just knowing that they liked his name. So I think, to Lou's point, I think that's something we also have to watch.
That is so interesting. Before you go, Finn, I want to ask you about some eye-popping new fundraising numbers from the month of July. The Harris campaign says it raised just over $200 million in July. The Trump campaign raised only about a quarter of that, $47.5 million. And keep in mind, this was the month of the Republican convention.
Right.
This was the month right after former President Biden had that disastrous debate. Are you surprised that it wasn't more of a blockbuster month for Republicans?
Yeah, if you look at these numbers, Nancy, the Harris campaign raised essentially 4 times as much as Trump in July. That is astronomical, and it is surprising. But it shows, if you look at indicators of momentum, I think that is one key indicator of where the momentum lies right now. But as you know, we're in unprecedented, uncharted waters here, historic. So, I mean, who knows how that changes in the next few weeks. But yes, right now, I think it's an indicator of where the momentum lies.
Yeah, it also reflects that big bump from late in the month when Kamala Harris was named as the nominee.
Right.
Tolu Olurinipa, Finn Gomez, happy birthday, Finn.
Thanks, Nancy.
Great.
Appreciate
I'm
it.
sure you'd rather be nowhere else except for here on your birthday. Thanks so much
Thanks, Nancy.
for spending it with us.
Absolutely.
All right. Coming up, you're going to recognize the voices of Donald Trump and Tim Walz right away. But what if those voices are actually coming from comedian Matt Friend? You're going to want to stick around to hear some of his truly unbelievable impressions. He joins me next here in Chicago. You're streaming America Decides.
She will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
It is really a tremendous opportunity to be at the most failed dinner anybody's ever seen. Great to see you losers. A lot of people say that. Hello, everybody. Why is it so quiet? What's happening? It's quieter than Sleepy Joe.
That was comedian Matt Friend doing one of his many impressions of politicians, but the Trump one is really a classic. That was at this year's White House Correspondents' Dinner. The man of many voices is now, I hear, trying his hand at a certain Midwestern governor who is going to take the stage here tonight. Matt Friend, or should I say Governor Walz?
Well, yeah, no, we're going to get right into the Walz. I just want to have some Gatorade poured on me and win this damn thing, all right? He's got that coach energy. He's fired up. He's yelling. It needs work.
You're going full coach.
I'm going full Ted Lasso, immersing myself in the character. It's a lot of energy required.
It's like a Friday Night Lights meets
It's a Friday
Ted
Night
Lasso.
Light. Exactly right. It's going to get better. It's going to get better. Thank you for having me.
I'm so glad to have you.
Great to see you.
So good to have former President Obama as well, who really lit up this place last night.
I like how you're teeing me up. And as I said yesterday, we are running against a billionaire who all he does is complain and whine. And we here on this network know that this election is about two different choices. And we have to realize that Kamala Harris can get the job done, and she realizes that I am my sister's keeper. I am my brother's keeper. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You know, Mr. President, some people are saying that
some people are saying
Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro sounds a little bit like you and has some of your mannerisms.
Well, yeah, I'm working on the Shapiro. He's just got the same Obama movements. He's kind of too cool for school. My faith serves me to lead. Yes, we can. Hava Nagila, baby. Yeah, he's the Jewish Obama, and I'm here for it. And I can say that.
Keep working on that.
Yeah, I'm going to work on that one. Yeah, I will. Yeah, anyway.
You know, I really wonder.
Simon Cowell. Yeah. This is an America's Got Talent audition. Keep working on it.
Keep going. Yeah. You have a bright future, kid.
Thank you.
Wondering what former President Trump would have to say about what he heard on the stage here in Chicago last night.
Well, it's just a nasty convention all around. There's a lot of sad people. They're very confused. They're totally deranged. Barack Hussein Obama is talking about me. He doesn't know a thing what he's saying. You have Kamala. No one knows what she is or who she is. It's really I said this at the Association of Black Journalists. No one knows what's happening. It's a sad convention. It's really sad. They're trying to take the country away, the democracy away, but you can elect me and we can all dance with Kid Rock, and that's going to be a beautiful thing. I think the entertainment's a little better here tonight. We have James Taylor and John Legend versus Kid Rock. Yeah. Anyways.
What about former President Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance? Are you working on that one? That's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I would lean more into the J.D. Vance, but as you know, the Democrats think anything is racist. I mean, I chugged a Mountain Dew on my couch before I made love to it yesterday, and I should probably get off the air. By the way, they didn't know I was going to say that, but I really appreciate the network for having me on. And JD is just, he needs to work out his basic communication skills, I would say. Yeah.
Matt, when you're not making fun of various politicians, what else are you doing here
Nothing.
at the convention?
Yeah, no, I'm just having a great time. The energy is amazing. Thank you for having me on. I'm grateful to be here. It's amazing. I'm from Chicago, so thrilling to be back home, and it's a very unique atmosphere. I mean, you kind of have to be here to see it.
Yep.
But when you talk about the energy, and I think it's amazing how the campaign has shifted in these last 3 weeks. It feels like a totally different world now.
Yeah.
But I'm just happy to be meeting people and seeing what's going on. It's such a random collection of people walking around here.
It's a slice of Americana, no question.
It's like Lollapalooza for politics.
We are wrapping up this hour, but if you could say goodbye as Bernie Sanders, I would really appreciate that.
Well, listen. All I will say... all I will say is this. To our many viewers watching today, thank you very much. This is a show and a network not just for the top 10th of 1%, but for all of America. And I appreciate you watching. Have a great convention, a great afternoon, and thank you very much.
Senator Sanders, so great to see you today. Really appreciate it. Matt Friend, thanks for making us laugh.
Thank you for having me.
We appreciate it.
Thanks for giving me the chance.
And that does it for now. As we've been reporting, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz will officially accept the Democratic vice presidential nomination tonight, the real Tim Walz. During his keynote address, CBS News special coverage of the Democratic National Convention will continue all evening long. I'll be back at 7 p.m. Eastern with more of this. The Daily Report with John Dickerson is next.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good? Mm-hmm. Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail.
What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions. What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024? Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me.
Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here.
We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way.
We take you places, we teach you new things, and we make you feel like, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'm John Dickerson. Join me for the Daily Report, weekdays on CBS News 24/7.
Okay, let's go.
You guys good?
Hey.
All right, we good?
Keep going.
The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
Hello, thank you for joining us. I'm John Dickerson in Chicago on the third day of the Democratic National Convention. For the past 2 days, delegates have stayed up well into the evening to hear from the party's last two successful presidential candidates, outgoing President Joe Biden and his former boss, President Barack Obama. Tonight, they will finally hear the first extended remarks from the current ticket. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz will introduce himself to Democratic voters as he formally accepts the party's nomination for president. Walz, the high school social studies teacher and football coach turned congressman turned governor of a reliably Democratic state, will speak to the largest audience of his career. Also speaking tonight, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and the 42nd President Bill Clinton, who 32 years ago was introduced to delegates as their nominee as the man from Hope, the name of his Arkansas hometown. Hope also made a comeback last night in the remarks of former President Obama and his wife, Michelle.
We're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. It's the contagious power of hope.
I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible.
And CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang joins me now to talk about the night of Tim Walz. What are we expecting from the Minnesota governor?
So we already know the governor's resume, which on paper is extraordinary. He has an amazing story, but he has to bring that to life and talk about his experience as a member of the National Guard, as a teacher, as a football coach, as a congressman, and talk about how that perspective could translate into helping Americans, and that's what he wants to do. He's going to draw on his roots growing up in Nebraska on a farm and talk about those values, which we've heard snippets of already, right? But I expect he will go deeper and talk about it more personally to try to allow people in on his life experience, and he will have a lot of help. There's going to be 14 old football players that he coached on stage with him. One of them will be introducing him, and so they'll be able to talk about how he changed their lives, made it better, and how they argue he could do it for everybody. So I think it's going to be a big night for the governor, who we already know is quite jolly and happy and go lucky, but is that enough to make a difference? We'll see.
Jolly is a beautifully deployed word because he does have a sort of old St. Nick kind of jolliness to him. You were in Milwaukee. We talked to you yesterday in Milwaukee. What was that like? And how much is Walz a part of that, or is it all love for the nominee, Vice President Harris?
So it was extraordinary because the arena was packed with 18,000 people. And I've been to several rallies now with both Walz and Harris. And yesterday, he actually came out by himself before we laid eyes on the vice president. And the crowd was, roaring. They were very welcoming, embracing of him because, again, he doesn't have any problems when it comes to likability. We just have a new CBS News poll that came out an hour ago that shows among registered Democrats, 60% are enthusiastic about Walz compared to 51% of Republicans for J.D. Vance. So the question is whether that enthusiasm is going to make a difference when it comes to looking at the ticket. As you very well know, the vice presidential pick doesn't, make that much of an impact on election day, but but it could do harm. And right now, they're trying to prevent any kind of harm to really get supporters to buy into Walz to like him even more.
Right. It reflects back on the person at the top of the ticket and the message they're trying to sell, which is what we'll try and figure out of tonight's events. Final question, Weijia, your normal job is to cover the White House president, who should be the nominee. What role is Biden going to have in this campaign, if any?
Well, I think he already played the ultimate role, John, which was to step aside and allow the vice president to rise to the top of the ticket. But it is not lost on the party that all of the delegates that will fill this room, that have been filling this room, voted for Joe Biden. And so to that extent, he will continue to rally for her. He will participate in campaign events for her to try to relay the message that she will now take on my agenda, my legacy, and that she is his surrogate now. And so that support is still incredibly important for Democrats who were excited about him and might not have been there yet for her. So we do expect that he will continue to play a role. But after he appeared on night one here, he left, and that was an intentional move. He's on vacation now in Southern California, just taking it all in because, of course, he has a lot to process still. Even though he passed on the figurative torch, this was not easy for him. And so I think after his time off, he will hit the campaign trail for Harris.
White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. Thanks a lot, Weijia.
Sure.
Just a few miles from the United Center here, police released dozens of protesters who took part in a Tuesday night rally outside the Israeli consulate in downtown Chicago. Police held them overnight at a temporary courthouse set up specifically for DNC-related arrests. Authorities said they began arresting the protesters after they turned violent and that the group did not have a permit to protest, unlike the other organizations. I want to now bring in my colleague, Lindsay Reiser, from our studio in New York. Lindsay, you've got the rest of the highlights from today, including what's been going on with the Trump campaign. So over to you.
That's right. Thanks, John. We'll see you back here later this hour. Former President Donald Trump spoke at a rally in North Carolina earlier today. It was his first outdoor rally since the assassination attempt on his life during a similar event in Butler, Pennsylvania last month. His event today, alongside his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, is part of a packed week of campaign events meant to counter the Democratic National Convention during Trump's remarks. During Trump's remarks, he called out his White House predecessor.
Did you see Barack Hussein Obama last night? Take little shots. He was taking shots at your president. And so was Michelle. They always say, sure, please stick to policy. Don't get personal. And yet they're getting personal all night long, these people. Do I still have to stick to policy?
CBS News congressional correspondent Scott MacFarlane is following the Trump campaign from North Carolina. So, Scott, the president talked about some foreign policy, his America First agenda. He also riled the crowd when asked if he should avoid personal attacks. What are some of your key takeaways from today?
This was a campaign event that the campaign said would be focused on defense and military issues. And at times it was, but he really did meander his way through these 50 to 60 minutes of remarks, often deviating from the teleprompter and often interjecting some cutting criticisms of the Democratic convention speakers, including President Biden, calling him old and saying it was too angry. He did criticize the Obamas for their blistering criticisms of him. And there were these moments in which he just seemed to fade from topic to topic, which is to a degree consistent at Trump rallies. But at this one, there were some noticeable differences. First of all, the setup. It was a bit smaller, more compact with tighter security. You could see the bulletproof glass bowl that surrounded the stage and the podium. There were these containers stacked up. The roofs were being manned. There was drone surveillance, we've learned. And there was a smaller crowd. This was a crowd you can measure maybe in the hundreds, maybe 1,000 or two, much smaller than the crowd at Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th. But there was this symmetry, Lindsay, between that event and this one. The political complexion of Asheboro, North Carolina, very similar to Butler. The makeup of the stage, the way the flag was hung with cranes diagonally above the stage, almost an exact replica of Butler as he returns to these open-air rallies between now and November 5th.
Let's talk about North Carolina. It's a swing state. Trump carried it in 2016 and 2020. How is he doing there now, and what are the issues driving voters there?
All kinds of campaigns like to talk all kinds of confident speak about where they're going to try to play, in what states they're going to try to win. Measure them by the amount of money and the amount of time they put into a state. And both campaigns, Lindsay, are putting a lot of money and a lot of time into North Carolina, an indication they recognize this is a key battleground state, not just a battleground state. The Trump campaign thought this is the right place to talk about the military in a state that's home to Camp Lejeune and Fort Liberty, but they also recognize that North Carolina represents what other battleground states represent, states that are winnable on other issues, including the economy, inflation. The vice president's campaign would argue this is winnable on the issue of women's reproductive rights and democracy. We'll see how much more time both sides play in North Carolina, but they've all been here a lot. And I can tell you, Lindsay, having been on the ground here, this state is just saturated with campaign ads.
I'm sure residents there are looking forward to this election being over. Scott McFarland, thank you. There were noticeable differences at Trump's rally today as a result of the security failures that allowed for the assassination attempt on July 13th. So for more on this, CBS News Homeland Security and Justice reporter Nicole Skanga joins me now. Nicole, Scott touched on it a little bit. We saw the bulletproof glass, usually a level of security reserved for sitting presidents. What were some of the other security changes?
Lindsay, good to be with you. You heard it from Scott, counter sniper teams in the wings, and we saw those teams deployed for former President Trump's for the first time this campaign cycle on July 13th. But what wasn't at that rally in Butler ahead of the assassination attempt, but was here today, counter drone assets, drone technology, advanced counter surveillance teams. U.S. Secret Service had boots on the ground of today's event site a full week ago, conducting a sort of robust walkthrough that frankly didn't take place leading up to July 13th, according to law enforcement sources. A note on that ballistic glass you mentioned: when former President Donald Trump stepped on stage today in Asheboro, North Carolina, it was the first time he was surrounded by that sort of armored shield since January 2021, that heavily rated glass-clad polycarbonate material, so heavy that Secret Service now has to pre-position those shields in battleground states so it's ready to deploy to the former president campaign events. The only others you'll see protected by it, you mentioned the sitting president and vice president.
Nicole, you have been reporting that a great deal of focus on this investigation into what went wrong is communication and the lack thereof between Secret Service and local law enforcement. I understand there's a new committee that's going to look into this. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Lindsay, this is key. The Department of Homeland Security is working with the Secret Service to establish a committee that will be tasked with creating a uniform communication channel. What does that mean? A single radio frequency that U.S. Secret Service, federal law enforcement partners, local and state law enforcement officials assisting the agency could use to communicate with one another in real time. Notably, on July 13th, and the acting Secret Service Director Ronald Rowe has conceded this, that sort of uniform communication did not exist. Those communication problems delayed critical information from being relayed to the Secret Service about the gunman. The panel still being assembled. It will be led by Heather Fong. She's the acting assistant secretary for the Office of State and Local Law Enforcement within DHS. She's also a former San Francisco chief of police. I also want to point out other agencies within DHS routinely assist the U.S. Secret Service. And this week, we also learned that the U.S. Coast Guard has established 3 security zones in the waters surrounding Mar-a-Lago in order to assist in bolstering that security footprint around the former president. Of course, the DNC happening now. We're seeing a lot of those 3-letter DHS components on the ground: CBP, ICE, HSI, sort of an all-of-government approach here.
Are the security measures that we saw today precautionary given just the heightened threat environment?
Yeah, the Secret Service has repeatedly stated that they work every day to ensure the highest level of safety and security for the people and places they protect. It is the case that prior to July 13th, the agency became aware of a heightened Iranian threat stream targeting the former president. And since then, the detail has been requesting and in some case receiving more assets for the former president, even amid this immense operational failure in Butler, Pennsylvania. It's also the case that prior to July 13th, prior to local police spotting the assailant on site on that day, Thomas Crooks was not on the radar of federal, state, or local law enforcement, and concerns about that kind of under-the-radar lone wolf attack persists. Law enforcement officials have called July 13th a wake-up call, and amid this very complex threat environment that we're in right now, today's precautionary measures could become tomorrow's operational response. Lindsay.
Nicole Skinga, thank you.
Thank you.
The U.S. added far fewer jobs during most of 2023 and part of 2024 than was previously reported. According to revised government data, the economy actually added 2.1 million jobs in the 12 months that ended with March. The growth was overstated by roughly 818,000. This was a routine revision the government does every year to account for late data. The new numbers show the economy was weaker than expected, a signal that the Fed could cut interest rates next month in its inflation fight. Former President Bill Clinton is set to speak at the DNC for the 12th consecutive time tonight. We'll discuss his history at the DNC and how political conventions have evolved throughout history in both parties. Plus, an update from the luxury yacht that sank off the coast of Italy earlier this week. We'll tell you what rescue teams discovered today after the break. You're streaming The Daily Report.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's gonna be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm gonna remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was gonna be born, he was only gonna live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift, stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Our team just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
President Biden spoke with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu Wednesday to discuss a ceasefire in Gaza and hostage release deal. Vice President Kamala Harris also joined the call. The call took place just a day after Secretary of State Antony Blinken left the region after holding high-stakes peace talks with fellow mediators Egypt and Qatar. Until the deal is reached, fears remain of a wider regional war. On Wednesday, Lebanon's Hezbollah fired more than 50 rockets into the Israeli-controlled Golan Heights. The Iranian-backed group says the attack was in retaliation to an Israeli strike inside Lebanon a day earlier. Meanwhile, a commercial ship traveling through the Red Sea came under repeated attack Wednesday, according to Britain's military. It is suspected to be the latest attack by Yemen's Houthi rebels. The group has been targeting ships in response to Israeli attacks in Gaza. No casualties were reported in the recent attack. The Russian military says it downed 45 Ukrainian drones targeting Moscow overnight. It's one of the largest attacks by Ukraine since the war began in 2022. The assault came as Ukrainian forces begin to slow their offensive in Russia's Kursk region. U.S. officials say Ukraine has started to transition from advancing forward to holding the land it has already captured. And Russian troops are quickly pushing in on the key Ukrainian stronghold of Pokrovsk in the southeast. Ukraine has ordered evacuations for tens of thousands still living in the area. Divers have recovered 5 bodies in the search of the wreckage of that luxury yacht that sank off the coast of Italy. According to Britain's Telegraph newspaper, 2 of the victims found were British mogul Mike Lynch, who owned the super yacht and also was acquitted in June in the U.S. on fraud charges, as well as his 18-year-old daughter. A search for the last remaining bodies will resume tomorrow. 22 people total were on the yacht when it was struck by bad weather Monday. 15 people managed to escape. A work stoppage could begin tomorrow at Canada's 2 main rail companies if they can't reach new labor deals with the Teamsters Union. The Canadian National Railway and Canadian Pacific Kansas City plan to lock out workers as negotiations remain deadlocked. Major sticking points for the union include better wages and benefits, provisions for fatigue management, and improved crew scheduling. In remarks Wednesday, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau called on the railways and the Teamsters to work out their differences to avoid a potential economic impact that could be in the billions.
My message is very straightforward. It is in the best interest of both sides to continue doing the hard work at the table to find a negotiated resolution. Millions of Canadians, of workers, of farmers, of businesses right across the country are counting on both sides to do the work and get to a resolution.
75% of the goods exported from Canada to the U.S. are sent via train. A prolonged shutdown could disrupt shipments on a wide range of goods, including coal, timber, grains, and beans. Former President Bill Clinton is one of the marquee speakers taking the podium at the Democratic National Convention tonight. It will be his 12th speech at the event. His first came 44 years ago in 1980 as the 33-year-old governor of Arkansas. Here are some highlights from conventions past.
I thank you for supporting the new Democratic agenda that has taken our country to new heights of prosperity, peace, and progress. As always, of course, the lion's share of the credit goes to the American people who do the work, raise the kids, and dream the dreams. Senator Obama's life is a 21st century incarnation of the old-fashioned American dream. His achievements are proof of our continuing progress toward the more perfect union of our founders' dreams.
Doug Brinkley joins us now from Chicago. He is the Catherine Sanoff Brown Chair in Humanities and a professor of history at Rice University. Doug, thanks for being here. When Clinton won the presidential election in '92, the Democratic Party was deeply divided. It had lost 5 of the last 6 presidential elections. How would you compare the division within the party then and now and the country at large?
Well, Bill Clinton did something quite miraculous. He started defining himself as a new Democrat, meaning after Walter Mondale lost in 1984 and Dukakis in '88, Clinton started saying, I'm something different. I'm not a liberal. I have different concerns. But really, his '92 convention speech is one of the masterpieces in political theater. He ended up getting the highest spike out of a convention in polling because of the speech he gave. And people started, everybody knew, he could deliver a great speech, but 92 put him into the stratosphere. And of course, he goes on to beat George Herbert Walker Bush and the third party candidate, Ross Perot.
You know the Clintons well. What can we expect to hear tonight?
Well, when I got to Chicago, I got Sunday on the 18th. I had a meal after a chat with President Clinton and Hillary Clinton, with Senator Wyden and his wife, and a couple, Jim and Wendy Abrams, just very quiet. They had a little cake because his birthday was the 19th. And I got to ask President Clinton about some of the past moments. And he went in telling us about his train ride in 1996. And instead of, flying in on a private jet, it was a different climate. You would use it as almost a whistle-stop type of environment for his reelection. And then, of course, in 2000, just how important it would have been if Al Gore would have embraced Bill Clinton. He was sky-high still Clinton in the polls. He could have won a third term. But Gore chose, due to problems in the Clinton presidency, scandals, not to unleash Bill Clinton. And alas, that was a mistake for Al Gore. Most people think that he should have let Clinton go out and campaign heartily. So I think Kamala Harris is right. Bill Clinton to speak here, talk about bread and butter, kitchen table issues, the economy, and hopefully use them, you would think, in places like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, where he would be an incredible surrogate because he still has a charisma to him. He's still able to draw people in and break down what real American life is. The best thing about Clinton is he talks to people, meaning he'll talk to somebody who works at a laundromat, he'll talk to somebody who's working on the street, and collectively he finds a way to understand the real economic concerns of the American public better than most politicians or presidents ever.
Doug, there have been a lot of comparisons drawn between this convention and that of 1968. I mean, do some circumstances remind you and sort of make you feel like time is a flat circle? I mean, for example, Lyndon B. Johnson had announced he wouldn't seek re-election, protests outside the convention hall, then against the Vietnam War, this time around the Israel-Hamas war.
It did ring my bell of 68. I wrote an essay for Vanity Fair recently about the comparisons. But in 68, once Lyndon Johnson stepped down March 31, he had already done badly in the New Hampshire primary. Johnson, his health had deteriorated. Eugene McCarthy, the senator from Minnesota, was already up and running. And of course, then Robert F. Kennedy entered, won California primary, and was tragically killed. So when you got to Chicago, it really was a tinderbox. And Mayor Daley had overdone the police inside the convention hall. People like Dan Rather, the CBS reporter, was beat. Journalists being tear gassed outside. But those young people and other Americans, but particularly young people in 68, they were protesting about being drafted. They didn't want to go fight in Vietnam. They had a real stake in it. So it was much more contentious. This has sort of been contained, lower key, but that doesn't mean what's happening in the Gaza war isn't deeply significant, but it hasn't really affected the milieu within the United Arena except for perhaps hyper security precautions.
Doug Wrigley, always good to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still to come, Donald Trump is trying to distance himself from Project 2025, but new CBS News reporting finds that the two may be more linked than he'd like. Our Vice President of Data Journalism joins us to explain. You're streaming The Daily Report.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars. Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to the Daily Report. I'm Lindsay Reiser. Here are some additions to our top stories. Night 3 of the Democratic National Convention is starting, featuring more party titans like former President Bill Clinton, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, and Vice Presidential candidate Tim Walz set to speak. Some speakers are planning to address immigration in an effort to define policy under a possible Harris administration. While Vice President Harris will be the star speaker of the final night of the DNC tomorrow, the Obamas were the stars of night 2. Last night, former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama took to the stage to encourage voters to leave what they call the chaos of Trump's administration behind for a new chapter under Harris. On the Republican side of the 2024 race, former President Trump held his first outdoor rally today in North Carolina since his attempted assassination. Surrounded by bulletproof glass, Trump talked about national security, but also launched more personal attacks against Harris. You've probably been hearing a lot about Project 2025 this election cycle, especially during the Democratic National Convention. During Tuesday night speeches, multiple lawmakers held up an oversized cover of the project's proposal book. Democrats have used Project 2025 as a warning about what might occur if Trump wins a second term. But what is it? Curated by the Heritage Foundation, the 900-page initiative claims to be a, quote, comprehensive guide for the next conservative U.S. president. It offers several different proposals to create a sweeping overhaul of the executive branch. Donald Trump and his campaign are actively distancing themselves from Project 2025, with the former president even calling some of the recommendations, quote, abysmal. However, our CBS News data journalism team went through the project's documents line by line and found more than a third of the 735 proposals were aligned with Trump's past policies and current promises. John Kelly is the vice president of data journalism for CBS News and Stations. He joins us now to talk about the findings. So, John, of those 271 proposals you found that relate to Trump, how many were executive orders and official White House policies?
Right. We compared the language of the proposals in the document against policies that had already been implemented. And about 80 of them were things that were executive orders or rules and regulations within agencies during the first Trump term. Another 21 were that, as well as things that the former president has repeated on the campaign trail, reiterating his support for.
What about your analysis about former Trump administration officials and their connection to Project 2025?
We went back and looked at the work histories for all 38 of the people that are listed as primary authors of the report, including the two leaders of Project 2025. And 28 of those 38 people worked during the Trump administration, during that first term, working everything from senior advisors to agency officials and leaders of large projects.
271 proposals out of 735 are aligned with Trump. Where do the rest of the proposals come from?
There's a combination of things, and it's important to talk about, right? Because the former president is distancing himself from this, saying this is not my report, which is true. It was produced by the Heritage Foundation and some of their allies in the conservative political world. The others are undetermined. Some are things that Trump has specifically opposed, actually. Several abortion restrictions, which are some areas, a ban on TikTok, both things that he has said during this campaign, that he would leave abortion regulation to the states and that he has changed his mind on a ban on TikTok. A lot of the others, because of the language in the document is being vague or very, very detailed in some cases, or, and then trying to match that up to things that Trump has put out in his platform or that his campaign has issued. We wanted to be very conservative there. And so there are a lot of these where there might be some overlap, but we didn't feel like we could deem them as exact matches to his either past actions or future promises. So we wanted to be careful there. Because you have gone through this with a fine-tooth comb, what else stuck out to you in your reporting? I think it's interesting, that there has been a lot of conjecture about the report, right, on both sides of the political aisle and a lot of talk about it. And it seemed like regardless of the fact that the former president had said he was not involved, it felt important that the thing that mattered within the document is that it is a policy roadmap. It's a blueprint for an administration. And it felt like the most important thing to do was drill into the actual words. What are the actual things that are being proposed? And how are those things lining up with the very voluminous campaign documents, on Trump's campaign website and the proposals that he's made and the things that he has said at his rallies, and really focusing on those policies is the place. Certainly that number includes some of the standard fare for Republican politicians for decades: reduced taxes, less regulation, reducing the size and spending of government. But a lot of them are the kind of policies that people have been talking about and raising real questions about, related to gender ideology and his pledge to remove protections for racial and ethnic groups and do mass deportations. Some of the things that really got people fired up, those are things that do match up directly with what he's saying in speeches on the trail and what he's done when he was president before. John Kelly, appreciate your reporting. Thank you. Thank you, Lindsay. Less than a mile away from the convention center in Chicago, there was a standoff last night between police and an escaped fugitive. Joshua Zimmerman had been facing charges of attempted murder and armed robbery when he evaded officers at a courthouse in Mississippi more than 2 months ago. Authorities said he changed out of his inmate jumpsuit and got into regular clothes before he escaped. He was found at a restaurant in Chicago last night where he barricaded himself. He was then taken into custody without incident. A federal judge in Texas has blocked a nationwide ban on non-compete agreements from taking effect next month. The regulation issued by the Federal Trade Commission would have made it easier for workers to quit their jobs and go to a competitor. But the judge ruled the FTC didn't have the proper authority to implement the ban. The agency says it's considering an appeal. The FTC says an estimated 30 million workers, or nearly 1 in 5 Americans, have non-compete agreements with their employers. Ford is dropping plans to develop fully electric SUVs. It will instead focus on making hybrid vehicles. The automaker said the change was designed for customers looking for lower-priced vehicles with larger ranges. The market for EVs has dwindled, with one AAA report citing concerns over driving range as well as high cost and a lack of public chargers. AAA also reported nearly 2/3 of potential car buyers said they were unlikely to purchase an EV for their next vehicle. Ford did announce plans for an electric commercial van and new pickup trucks, which are set to roll out in 2026. We're following another round of high temperatures. The National Weather Service says heat warnings and advisories are in effect across the southern plains, affecting nearly 25 million people. For more, here's Alex Wilson from our partners at the Weather Channel.
Well, we've enjoyed the preview of fall, but numbers, temperatures, they are on the rise once again. So the number of people below average will be going down. Today, we've had 156 million people with below average temperatures. Tomorrow, 105 million, 53 million below average by Friday. A lot of those, though, in the west. So across the east and central part of the country, temperatures are going back up. Summer returns. Look at tomorrow's highs. Still comfortable through a lot of the Northeast, especially down in the Appalachians as well. And I think even in Nashville, Atlanta, you're back into the mid-80s, but it's not too bad. Numbers really rising into the weekend and the start of next week. By Monday, 135 million people back above average, many spots into the 90s for highs. There's Saturday's highs, 80s and 90s across the board. I mentioned a lot of spots into the 90s by early next week. Florida, we're going to stay stormy. Plenty of moisture, a stalled front, going to keep things unsettled over the next few days. Rainfall rates could be as high as 3 to 5 inches, and then we're watching an invest could bring impacts to Hawaii. For more in-depth coverage, watch the Weather Channel on cable and now live on your favorite TV streaming device.
Alex Wilson, thank you. New flashpoints in the South China Sea. Chinese and Philippine Coast Guard ships collided in the region. How the U.S. could respond to protect its allies. You're streaming The Daily Report.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
It can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
As we have been covering the Democratic National Convention, this year's presidential election will also set the course for relations with China and how the U.S. is going to defend its allies in the region. This week, tensions continue to escalate in the South China Sea. Multiple collisions occurred between Coast Guard ships belonging to China and the Philippines, a key U.S. ally. At least 2 vessels were damaged. Those incidents took place near the Sabina Shoal, a highly disputed area about 85 miles from the Philippines' west coast. Both countries blamed each other for the collisions. Greg Poling joins me for more. He is a senior fellow and the director of the Southeast Asia program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Greg, good to have you. Why has the Sabina Shoal become a flashpoint in the territorial disputes between China and the Philippines, and what led to the recent collisions?
Well, there's nothing that special about this shoal, but it's one of those hundreds of coral reefs that China lays claim to in the South China Sea, despite the fact that international law says that it belongs to China's Southeast Asian neighbors. In this case, the Philippines. As you said, the thing's only about 80 miles from the coast of the Philippines and more than 650 from the coast of China. What led to this incident is that the Philippines was just trying to go by the shoal to resupply a military outpost it has on another island, and the Chinese Coast Guard tried to block their path, which led to these 2 collisions.
China has warned the U.S. not to intervene in the South China Sea disputes. How is the U.S. assessing this situation?
This is extremely dangerous. You know, the U.S., we hear so much about Taiwan and other flashpoints, but the South China Sea is the one that I think everybody's worried we could wake up tomorrow. You could hear about an incident like this that nobody expected that leads to an exchange of fire between China and a U.S. treaty ally, the Philippines. So it's certainly something that I think keeps military advisors and others in Washington up at night because of the unpredictable nature of this dispute.
If that were to happen, what would the U.S. response be?
Well, that's largely up to the Philippines. But U.S. officials in both the Trump and Biden administration have been clear that these areas are covered by the U.S.-Philippine Mutual Defense Treaty, our oldest treaty alliance in Asia. And if China kills Filipinos, we are legally and morally obligated to respond in whatever way the Philippines wants.
You mentioned politics. What kind of policy impact could the November election have on this region, including the conflict here and with Taiwan?
You know, the Philippines and most Southeast Asian governments are less worried about a Trump or a Harris administration than some of our other allies, particularly in Europe. In the case of the Philippines, they feel pretty good either way. They viewed Trump as tough on China, even though he didn't have much to say about the South China Sea. And they feel like Harris is a known quantity. She became the first vice president to ever visit Palawan, the part of the Philippines closest to the South China Sea, and has had a big role in advancing this U.S.-Philippine alliance that's under a renaissance right now.
But in a Trump administration, I mean, Trump has sort of avoided the idea of whether the U.S. would come to its defense, right?
Well, Trump himself never said the word South China Sea in a public speech in 4 years in office. But it was Mike Pompeo, when he was Trump's Secretary of State, who went to Manila in 2019 and made this promise that the South China Sea is covered by the U.S.-Philippine alliance. So even if Trump himself doesn't care, you know, his government did, and his administration did invest in this alliance.
Greg Poling, thank you.
Thank you.
Longtime New Jersey Congressman Bill Pascrell has died at the age of 87. The 14-term Democratic representative was first elected to Congress in 1996. He led the fight to access former President Donald Trump's personal tax returns and is being remembered for his work on tax deductions, clean energy projects, and creating the Congressional Brain Injury Task Force. Pascrell died 70 days before the general election, so by law, county committee members need to select a new Democratic nominee by August 29th. Following the death of the world's oldest person, Guinness World Records has officially passed the title on to a 116-year-old woman in Japan. Tomiko Ituka was born in 1908. She got married when she was 20 and had 4 children. Ituka took up mountain climbing late in life, in her 70s, conquering the 10,000-foot tall Mount Ontake twice. When she was 100, she scaled the steps to a sacred shrine without a walking stick. Her family attributes her long life to these hikes. Ituka assumes the world's oldest person title after Maria Brañas Morera died in Spain Monday at 117 years old. Earlier today, a teenager completed a walk of more than 1,600 miles from Texas to Washington, D.C., in order to raise awareness for Social Security reform. CBS's Natalie Brand was there to witness the end of this odyssey.
So this is day one. A trek more than 1,600 miles on foot over 40 days through 5 states.
Eliseo Jimenez finishing strong, arriving at the nation's capital Wednesday, greeted by congressional staffers, cheers, and a candy bar.
Your almond joy that you've been wanting.
The 17-year-old started his journey on July 12th in his hometown of Lubbock, Texas, to raise awareness about the challenges facing his grandmother and her elderly neighbors struggling to get by on Social Security.
Their checks would be late or it just wasn't enough. So I decided to do something about it.
Earlier this year, Jimenez started his own nonprofit to help any way he could. He says his walk helped raise more than $20,000.
What was the hardest part of your journey?
Definitely being away from my family, I think, and then the heat.
Carrying only a single backpack full of supplies, Jimenez suffered blisters, poison ivy, and at times slept on public benches. But the kindness of strangers kept him going.
Along the way, I found a few nice people that let me stay in their house here and there, and even a church. On this trip, I learned that the nation's actually pretty unified and everyone's pretty lovely.
While in D.C., Jimenez met with staff from his Texas congressman's office to talk about what can be done to address issues with Social Security. He'll fly back home just in time to start his senior year of high school.
I'm going to have one hell of a college essay, I'll tell you that.
And will continue to push for change. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Washington.
Like that he found the country's unified. Tonight, Tim Walz makes his mark on the DNC. Coming up, we'll check back in with John Dickerson during this critical moment for the Democratic vice presidential nominee. You're streaming The Daily Report.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today. I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People
people looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz formally accepts the Democratic nomination for vice president. While the focus is on Walz, delegates will also hear from former President Bill Clinton and Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi. We're back with John Dickerson at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. John, what are you watching for tonight?
Well, Lindsay, let's start with the man of the evening, vice presidential candidate Tim Walz, and then we'll go to Clinton. Last night here, the second night of the Democratic Convention, it was like politics night at the dance club. There were celebrities everywhere. There was music. There were the two biggest celebrities in politics right now, Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. It was a night of all of the crackling parts of the culture that the Democratic Party wants to access as they try to convince voters and get people to pay attention who don't vote before. Tim Walz is the kind of person who has to text his kids to find out who all those people who showed up at last night at the DNC were. He is the normal guy, and that's kind of his pitch and his place in the campaign. They put out a video of Tim Walz, which is narrated by his wife, and it is thick with his kind of roots of the country, small town, farms, schools. I mean, think about his career. He is a politician, was in the House, and obviously he's a governor, but I mean, school teacher, he's not a lawyer. And it really emphasizes, and the pitch about his bio really emphasizes that. There's also a policy emphasis in this video about him that I'll be watching for to see how much of that comes out in the speech he gives, which is there are a lot of progressive items that he got passed in Minnesota. Family and medical leave, for example, legalization of marijuana use. In the video, it talks about how he passed the largest tax cut in Minnesota, how it is a state that is wonderful to do business in, and that he's a gun owner and a hunter, emphasizing certainly more conservative, middle of the road, you might say, policies, not those policies that progressives have been pushing for. So how much of that will be a part of his pitch to kind of add balance to the ticket? Because at the end of the day, what a vice president does is reflects up to the candidate. And so it seems that this is about balancing out any possible views that Kamala Harris is too liberal. Now to Bill Clinton. He is they used to call him explainer-in-chief, and he has played that role for himself, certainly all the way back to 1992, but then, of course, in 2012 for Barack Obama. So will he explain this race in a new way we haven't seen before? That's what I'm looking for tonight from him.
All right, John Dickerson in Chicago, thanks so much. And thank you for watching. A special edition of America Decides begins after the break. You're streaming The Daily Report on CBS News 24/7.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good? Mm-hmm. Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail.
What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here.
We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way.
We take you places, we teach you new things, and we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'm John Dickerson. Join me for the Daily Report, weekdays on CBS News 24/7.
Okay, let's go.
You guys good?
Hey.
All right, we good?
Keep going.
The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
I'm Nancy Cordes at the United Center in Chicago, and welcome to a special Democratic National Convention edition of America Decides. Delegates are gathering here at the United Center for night 3 of the Democratic National Convention, where Minnesota Governor Tim Walz will take center stage later tonight as he formally accepts the party's nomination for vice president. You see him there walking through, getting a feel for things a little earlier today. Also speaking this evening will be Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and the 42nd President of the United States, Bill Clinton, who, believe it or not, will be delivering his 12th consecutive speech at a Democratic National Convention. To kick things off, I'm joined by my colleagues Robert Costa and Weijia Jiang. Robert is here with me. Weijia is down near the floor. So Weijia, set the stage for us tonight on night 3. The theme tonight, because there's a theme every night, is Fight for Freedoms. What is the message that they're trying to get across tonight?
Well, Nancy, you'll remember that Vice President Harris really didn't have a huge platform, a huge issue that really broke through as vice president until Roe v. Wade was reversed. And then she really was able to communicate to voters, to Americans in a different way, in a powerful way about reproductive freedoms, about the woman's right to choose. So we expect that that will certainly be a huge topic tonight, and also the threat of democracy, which this campaign has worked to build a case against the former president, Donald Trump, and try to lay out to the American people what they say is at risk if he were to go to the White House again. And so when it comes to those themes, that is what we will be listening for. But Nancy, tonight really is all about Governor Tim Walz, as you very well know, his opportunity to introduce himself to America in his own way. And to that end, he has already spoken before about his very personal journey that he and his wife have been on, using fertility treatments to conceive their children. So we expect that to be a portion of his speech, but that's just one facet of who Tim Walz is. And I know that you and Robert will be talking about it even more, but really this is his opportunity to make his resume come alive, to make his personal stories resonate in a way that answers, how does this perspective help me help you?
That's so true, Weijia. And I think, Robert, tonight we're going to hear a lot about Coach Walz and his former students and his former football team. In fact, they've brought some of those students here
to the convention. One of them, a 7th grade student, who's obviously a lot older now, is going to be introducing him tonight as they try to put his experience as an educator, as a coach, front and center.
And that's also an effort to activate union members across the country. The teachers' unions in places like Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, those are the troops for the Democrats, politically speaking, the grassroots organizers. And the Democrats need those union members to come out, whether they're part of a public sector union, like a teachers union, a private sector union, the UAW. Those are such a core coalition. Earlier today, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the head of the Harris campaign, was telling reporters that this Biden coalition of labor needs to be there for Harris. So we're going to hear a lot about that. But I first started covering Governor Walz when he was in the House. He was a veteran, came into the House of Representatives during that period of the Iraq War, the Bush presidency. And you can expect him to talk about veterans issues. He was a power player on veterans issues for Democrats in the House. You can expect to hear a lot about that tonight. I'm looking forward, as a reporter, to hearing from former President Bill Clinton. Now, we all know he doesn't want, the Democrats are looking for more Clinton 2012, when he was the great explainer of the Obama economic message, not maybe Clinton 1988, when he had such a bad speech infamously at the Democratic National Convention. He had to go on the late night shows and play it down and be a little self-effacing about that moment. But most Democrats are expecting an effective performance from Clinton. I'm told by people close to Clinton that he wants to have a little fun, have some joy, and have the spirit of 1992. Remember what the song was in 1992 for his convention, Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow. Fleetwood Mac, great song. We can talk about that later. But that's part of the Harris message of looking forward. And Clinton is going to help her, I'm told, to have that forward-looking pitch, not just to look back on Trump.
You know, I figure if you're going to give speeches for 44 years, you're going to have a clunker every now and then.
It was a real clunker.
Like he did.
Supposedly, people, I wasn't in the convention hall, but all the books say when Clinton said, and finally, as I wrap up the speech, people started to clap. They were so happy in '88 he was wrapping up. That, hey, as they say in politics, you have to be in the deepest valley to appreciate the view at the highest mountaintop. Clinton had a bad moment. Democrats believe he's going to have a strong moment tonight.
And Bill Clinton, you know, when he first burst onto the scene, he was the new fresh face of the party, just like Barack Obama went on to become, or maybe Kamala Harris is now. But at this point, he's 78. He's really viewed as an elder statesman who can reach out to older voters in particular.
Right, Nancy. So he does have a role tonight of bridging the past with the present. And it is not lost on this party that the delegates that have filled this arena night after night, they voted for Joe Biden. And so this will be an opportunity to connect with those supporters of Biden and to make sure that that coalition is still strong for those people who might not have been ready to embrace Vice President Harris yet. And so we fully expect that he will be able to do that by focusing on her now, by repeating some of the things I expect that we heard directly from Biden himself about why she is the person for this moment, in this very stark contrast between her and former President Trump, to carry on the legacy of the Democratic platform, to carry on what this party stands for. And so even though, to your point, he is older, of course, that is still extremely important. I think so much emphasis has been put on a new wave of momentum with younger voters, which is critical. But of course, when you look at who votes, it's not always that young generation. It is older generations who have voted for decades, and they need those people to turn out as well, Nancy, in November.
Robert, quickly, Donald Trump is not someone who loves to see the spotlight. How is he reacting to everything we're seeing unfold here in Chicago?
Well, when I spoke to him yesterday, he was very muted, notably muted. Sometimes he's not muted, as we all know. And I said, what do you think about the Obamas? He said, well, I don't think much about it. And he said, it's going to happen. He said, that's life, right, Bob? That's life. Things happen. You just let it happen. I said, well, okay. So he was critical, though, of President Obama today, said that former President Obama was taking shots at him, but didn't delve into it too much.
Yeah.
So he's watching it all. More intriguingly, as we're all watching, does Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the independent candidate, endorse Trump later this week? We're told he's moving closer, RFK is, to an endorsement. But again, it's still fluid.
That is fluid, but it's something we're going to be talking about more in this hour. Robert Costa, thank you so much for raising that. Weijia Jiang on the floor, thank you as well. We'll be talking to you in a little bit. The state of Minnesota is in the spotlight in this election. Coming up, I'm going to speak to the state's lieutenant governor about what voters should know about her boss, turned vice presidential nominee, Tim Walz. You're streaming America Decides. We'll be right back.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
On 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I've worked side by side with Governor Walz. I've seen how hard he's worked for Minnesota to be the best place for kids to grow up.
That was Minnesota Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan speaking about her political partner, Tim Walz, the man of the evening, the man she won 2 elections with in 2018 and then again in 22. And Walz will take the stage himself just a few hours from now, but his lieutenant governor is here with me, Peggy Flanagan. She's also a co-chair of the Democratic National Convention, and if the Harris-Walz ticket is successful, she will become the governor of Minnesota. So, Lieutenant Governor, thank you so much for being with me. In that speech that we just showed a clip from on Monday, here's what you said about the governor. You said he carries around a bottomless bag of snacks, including Nutter Butters and cheese curds. What else should voters know about the governor of your state?
Well, I think that is a snapshot of who he is. He is so thoughtful and caring.
Oh, so these snacks are not for himself, they're
no,
for
they're
others?
for sharing, absolutely. And he, he is a teacher and a coach and a veteran, and that big dad energy that folks are talking about, all of that's for real, and that's who he is. And he is a leader, and I think he's earned this.
What do you think we're going to hear from him tonight?
I think you're going to hear a little bit about how he grew up in rural Nebraska, grew up on a farm, and all of, frankly, the lessons that taught him that helped him to really be committed to public service. I think you're going to hear a little bit about the Harris-Walz agenda for America, and then I think you're going to hear him be an incredible partner and hype man for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
I have to ask you, it isn't always easy for men in power to talk about women in power in a very generous way. It doesn't always come naturally. It seems to come naturally to him. He has been Kamala Harris's biggest hype man, talking about her accomplishments, talking about her joy in a way that seems very authentic. Has that been your experience as a woman in power with him in Minnesota?
That has absolutely been my experience. We decided to run together a year before the election because we wanted people to know what they were going to get, and we had different lived experiences. He came from the 9th largest agricultural district in the country, a rural community, was in the military, and I was a nonprofit executive, Native woman, suburban mom. And he created a space for my voice and for my expertise. And I see him modeling that, of course, with the vice president.
Is there something that you know about him as a leader, having served with him in Minnesota, that you think would be important for voters to know about?
I think we have been through some incredibly difficult moments in Minnesota, but also some incredibly joy-filled moments. He always is compassionate. He goes directly to the people who are most impacted, and he's a teacher at heart. And part of the, being a good teacher is being a good listener and a good learner. And he's really humble. And I think we could use that kind of perspective right now in our politics.
What do you think of the criticisms of his military record, and specifically when he chose to leave the military?
So here's what I would say. He served for 24 years in the Army National Guard. He has an incredible track record of service. He also continued to serve folks in the military and veterans once he was in Congress. And then as the governor of Minnesota, I have seen nothing but a deep commitment to service. And I think those critiques are unfair, frankly.
If Governor Walz is successful in the next 2.5 months, and he and Kamala Harris win the presidency, you would become the first Native American woman to be governor of a state in the U.S. Have you thought much about what that would mean?
Well, I'm currently the highest ranking Native woman in an elected office, and I know that representation matters. But I think about, I had Geraldine Ferraro growing up, but my daughter has Deb Haaland, the Secretary of the Interior, Congresswoman Sharice Davids, and her mom is Lieutenant Governor. For her, this is just her reality. So I know that if I am not the first Native American woman governor, she is on her way and will be arriving soon.
It looked during the roll call last night like the Minnesota delegation was the place to be. Obviously, it's been pretty exciting and somewhat unexpected. He was kind of a dark horse in this contest to be Kamala Harris's vice presidential nominee. What has the atmosphere been within that Minnesota delegation over the past few days? And are you looking forward to John Legend tonight, paying tribute not just to Tim Walz, but to Prince,
to our beloved
Minnesotan?
Prince? Absolutely. So it has been a party, but it also has been, we've reflected a lot. I think we grow good vice presidents in Minnesota. Hubert Humphrey, Walter Mondale, icons, leaders. And I think Tim Walz is well prepared to be the vice president because of the Minnesota values that he holds, of just caring for people. And I adore Prince. I was raised on Prince and at Paisley Park, so we are ready to welcome John Legend with this incredible tribute to our Prince.
I think that this whole arena is going to be splashed out in purple tonight for that. Peggy Flanagan, you'll be with the Minnesota delegation to watch all of that, to watch Tim Walz. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, some major names in the Democratic Party are set to take to the stage tonight, in addition to Tim Walz. From a former president to a vice presidential hopeful, we're going to preview some of the other speeches we're anticipating for night 3 and what we can expect. You're streaming America Decides from the Democratic National Convention. Stick around.
Fair shot at a better future. America is limitless. Now, Democrats, we know this, but you know who doesn't know it? Donald Trump.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gailey has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
A man who believes with no doubt that we can build a new American dream economy driven by innovation and creativity, by education, and yes, by cooperation. And by the way, after last night, I want a man who had the good sense to marry Michelle Obama.
That was a big applause line. Welcome back to America Decides. Bill Clinton making the case for then President Barack Obama at the 2012 Democratic National Convention. The 42nd president will be on the stage here in Chicago tonight to advocate for the new nominee, Kamala Harris. CBS News political contributor Ashley Etienne joins us now. She is also the former communications director for Vice President Harris. Ashley, great to see you. Bill Clinton has a complicated history. Many younger voters view his legacy differently than older voters do. How do you think he can best help Kamala Harris tonight?
Well, you know, I think he's going to lay out the stakes in a way that only he can. The other thing that I think is really interesting about Bill Clinton is, you know, he used to represent that Bubba vote for the Democratic Party, the bridge to those more conservative Democrats, the right-leaning Democrats, even some Republicans that were feeling a little disaffected within their party, and independent voters. And I think what's interesting now is Governor Walz will now represent that position within the Democratic Party. He will now serve that role, you know, in very big and small ways. He's signaling to those voters, independent voters, those that are in those conservative spaces and places across the country that Democrats have had a hard time reaching out to. He'll now bridge that cultural divide. And he does it in really big and small ways, from the camo hats to just his Midwestern sensibility. I mean, that's very similar to what Bill Clinton used to represent for the party. But I think that, you know, if you ask me what Bill Clinton will say tonight, I think it is that he'll lay out the stakes. And then, you know, he'll say probably what he said to me before, which is that we've got to win, and we've got to win big as a way to repudiate, a full repudiation of what Donald Trump represents.
Ashley, I want to ask you about Michelle Obama's big speech last night. Parts of it really seemed to be aimed at black voters in particular, like when she made this point about the fact that Kamala Harris didn't get endless chances to come back from failure, that she had to get it right the first time, drawing that implicit contrast with Donald Trump. Michelle Obama also joked about how the presidency might just be a black job, a reference to something that President Trump had said to describe low-wage jobs. Why was it important, do you think, for her to go there?
Well, because I think it's what she said is all the things that people are thinking, not just black folks. I mean, a lot of people are thinking that here you have this man who's been privileged his entire life, was given millions of dollars by his father to continue to build their business. And he failed at doing that, failed at being president. So, I mean, what I took from her speech is that she was calling a spade a spade. I mean, she was relating it and putting it in the context in terms of race, but she only used Donald Trump's phrase when he said black jobs. So it wasn't as though she was trying to make a deal of race. I think what she was trying to do is make very plain why it is that Donald Trump is not fit to be president today, and really draw the contrast in terms of who he is and who we are as the American people. That, again, here is this privileged man who was given everything, as you know, silver spoon, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and he's going to not just denigrate Michelle Obama as well as Kamala Harris, but really the rest of America. So that's really what I think she was trying to achieve. Less about race, but more about drawing this contrast with who Donald Trump is and who we are as American people, and what makes him different from us and what makes him unfit for the job.
Ashley, you worked for years as the communications director for Nancy Pelosi, who is set to speak tonight. She has been locked in something of a rocky relationship with the current president, former nominee, ever since she pushed publicly for him to perhaps step aside. What do you expect to hear from her tonight?
Well, you know, Nancy, I think what she's going to do is to some degree go all the way back to 2016. You know, when I walked into her office and she said to me that the stakes were high then, that we had a lot of work to do. We had to win the House. We had to win back the White House because he represented a threat to American democracy. We started writing those talking points in 2016. In addition to that, you know, we started to formulate a narrative about how Donald Trump only cared about Donald Trump. And all of those were proven to be true. So I think what she's going to do is really take us back to 2016 and lay out those Trump years and remind us of those Trump years, the shutdowns that cost $11 billion to the American people and to the economy. His efforts to undermine NATO and cozy up to Putin. As you remember, she told the president in the Oval Office that all roads end with Putin for him. And so I think that's what she's going to do. She's going to take her time to remind the American people of what those years were like, but also lay out the case for why it is that Kamala Harris is the leader of today and of our future. You know, as you know, she's vested in winning back the House. That's very important to her. So she'll also talk about what the House has accomplished and what's at stake up and down the ballot.
Nancy Pelosi, responsible for many of President Biden's political achievements over the past 4 years. They worked hand in hand. Ashley Etienne,
absolutely.
Thanks so much for your insight. Coming up, the stage is set for Governor Tim Walz. What we're learning from delegates as excitement builds for the vice presidential nominee's keynote address. You're streaming America Decides from the Democratic National Convention.
For families in my district and across the state. Today in Florida, state policy requires that kids are taught racist lies about so-called benefits of slavery. Books are banned. Teachers are censored. And our LGBTQ+ community endures endless state-sponsored hate.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail.
What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Democratic National Convention. We're keeping an eye on the excitement here in Chicago ahead of Governor Tim Walz's speech a little later tonight. And Ed O'Keefe joins us now from the floor of the convention where, Ed, the delegates aren't just gearing up for a night of political speeches, they're also kind of gearing up for a concert. They're going to hear from John Legend and Sheila E. and from singer-songwriter Maren Morris. They're even going to hear from Stevie Wonder in a few minutes.
Yes, they are, Nancy. I'm here with Pat Riley, who's from the New York delegation. You were just telling me that you enjoyed the concert last night, didn't you?
I loved it.
Now, you have been to 11 conventions.
My 11 consecutive conventions.
Since 1980.
1980, 84, 88, 92, 96, yes.
Turns out Bill Clinton has been to 11 consecutive conventions as well. And I was asking you during the break, of all the speeches he's given, which one do you think sticks out? Because he's speaking again tonight.
92.
Madison Square Garden.
Absolutely.
Don't stop thinking about tomorrow.
Absolutely, with Hillary Clinton, who I work for as well. So I'm a big Clinton fan.
How do you think your party takes what's been going on here this week and sort of pushes it ahead into the last 70 or so days? Because this is one thing. Y'all getting together here in Chicago, you know, looks good on TV. But how do you take it home and turn it into votes?
We make phone calls, we knock on doors, we talk to our neighbors, we give what we can to the campaign and spread the message that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are the public administrators to carry the nation forward, and they have a true understanding with their empathy and care and concern.
You tell me your favorite convention was 1984?
Actually, it's the 40th anniversary of Mario Cuomo's speech, who I worked for, and of course Geraldine Ferraro, who I also worked for. So that was a special convention. But this is going to be right with them.
And quickly, who are you looking forward to seeing tonight sing? Because you got so many singers coming.
I hear Pink's here.
I think she's tomorrow night, but we don't know that officially.
Okay, and John Legend and Stevie Wonder. I love Stevie Wonder.
Right.
Yes.
Well, we'll see.
Thank you.
We'll look out for you later. Nice to meet you. She's a homegirl. She's from upstate New York, Nancy, like this guy. Back up to you.
Thank you.
Oh, nice. I love that you found a fellow New Yorker there in the crowd. There are a few of them down there. And yes, we are looking forward to Pink tomorrow night. Ed O'Keefe, thank you. Thank you so much. We'll be checking back in with you in a bit. But right now, let's check in with CBS News Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. Anthony, you've got some brand new polling out about Democratic Vice Presidential nominee Tim Walz and what Democrats think about him. Tell us more.
Hey there, Nancy. Do indeed. So, 60% of Democrats say they are enthusiastic about the pick. Now, a little bit of context for that, right? So there's very little dissatisfaction. It's either enthusiastic or satisfied. Compare that to when Kamala Harris was picked in 2020. It's about the same. You've got enthusiasm there from a majority of Democrats. But let's also compare that, Nancy, to what we've got on the Republican side. And it is fairly comparable. Democrats, 60% enthusiastic about Walz. 51% of Republicans were enthusiastic about Vance. Look, it takes a while, if at all, to pick up what impact a VP might have on a ticket. It's not going to happen overnight. These are folks that generally are just introducing themselves to the country, and so it can take weeks for that to play out as they go out there, but we'll keep an eye on it. This is where they start. This is the baseline, Nancy.
Right, and this is such an unusual situation where voters are figuring out how they feel about the presidential nominee and the vice presidential nominee at the same time, because all of this is so new. Anthony, you're also tracking how voters feel about immigration, which is a big theme at the convention tonight. What are you learning?
Yeah, the biggest thing about it is that you want to talk about whether or not, first of all, is the border a crisis or a problem? And for most Americans, it is serious, if not a crisis. That's number one, although that number for crisis has come down a little bit in recent weeks. But as far as Harris's impact on it is concerned, because you know the Republicans are trying to tie her to what they definitely see as a crisis. So we asked that. How much impact do you think she's had on the situation so far? And it's about a third that think she's had a lot. Most people think at least some. So what you're looking at here is, can they take on that issue and kind of move the needle about what might happen were she to be elected because, and I'll end with this, she has a deficit to Donald Trump on whether their policies would decrease border crossings. He's got 3/4 of voters who think his policies would, but she's got 1 in 5 voters who think that her policies would. Will she necessarily make up that gap? That remains to be seen, but can she close that gap is probably the thing to watch, at least coming out of this, Nancy.
And it'll also be interesting to watch how they talk about the issue tonight. Anthony Salvanto, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Ian Sams is the senior national spokesperson and the senior advisor for rapid response for the Harris-Walz campaign. He formerly served as the White House spokesperson for oversight and investigations. And fun fact, Ian, you just joined the campaign
Monday.
5 days ago?
No, Monday.
2 days ago?
Yes.
You picked a very relaxing time to jump on board.
Super chill.
Tell us a little bit about your role and why you decided to leave the White House, come to the campaign.
Well, you know, we've got 75 days left of the campaign. A lot of energy right now, but a lot of work to do. It's going to be a really close race. Obviously, former President Trump has uniform support in the Republican Party. You know, we want to win the race, and so we're going to be working really hard these next 75 days. So it's a great place to be.
Ian, you've got a history with Kamala Harris. You served as her national press secretary back in 2019 when she made her first run for the presidency. That was a famously rocky campaign. She pulled out before the Iowa caucuses. What do you think that the campaign learned? What do you think she learned from that experience that she can apply to this race?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing that people should think about is we now have had 3.5 years of her as vice president. And her and President Biden's record of accomplishments extraordinary. The Inflation Reduction Act, largest investment in climate change and clean energy in history. Significant bipartisan legislation on infrastructure and chips and veterans care and gun violence. You know, they've been able to govern to make progress for the country. And now she wants to go even further. She's running to expand economic opportunity for even more people. Paid leave for all people if you get sick or something happens to you so you can get your income while you work, even while you're taking care of your family. You know, raising the minimum wage, things like that, lowering costs. We saw a plan that Sheila rolled out last week about taking on corporate greed and making sure that people who are jacking up prices on consumers while they're reaping record profits are held accountable if they're violating the law. So these are the kind of things that she's running on now and working really hard to communicate to the American people. Obviously, the enthusiasm and energy of the Democratic Party is completely united behind her and Governor Walz right now. And our job right now is to capture all that energy and turn it into action. You heard Michelle Obama talk last night, said do something. So what we're trying to do right now is take all this energy, enthusiasm, what we saw last night in Milwaukee with 18,000 people at the Fiserv Arena there, capture all that energy, turn it into volunteer signups, door knocking, people who are communicating with their friends through apps and texting to make sure that they know what's at stake in this election and turn out the vote in November. Because there's a lot of energy right now, and that's fun, and that's great and exciting, but we're harnessing that to try to actually go out there and do the hard work to win the campaign.
Ian, you are one of a handful of people who has worked not only for this female nominee, but for the previous Democratic female nominee, Hillary Clinton. And I remember back in 2016 when we were out on the campaign trail, it was a daily concern. Is she appearing to be too tough today? Well, maybe we need to make her look softer tomorrow. And I'm wondering if you have a perception that the expectations for women politicians, women candidates have changed over time since 2016, because there doesn't seem to be the same kind of fraught atmosphere around how a woman has to present herself that we saw back in 2016.
Yeah, I think the country's ready to elect a woman president, because I think when they think about what they want in a leader, what they want in a president, they want to see who's going to stand up and fight for me. And that's Kamala Harris. I mean, you see this from the speeches last night from the Obamas, who laid it out so clearly. You saw it Monday from the president, who laid it out so clearly. You're going to hear it from Governor Walz tonight. This is someone who's extremely prepared to be president. 3.5 years as vice president with extremely consequential achievements that we just talked about. A former senator, a former statewide attorney general for the largest population state in America. The DOJ in California is huge. It's so much bigger than any other DOJ in the country, and it's one of the largest entities of any state office in the country. And she was the DA at the local level, so she understands her community, fighting for her community, getting results for her community. So this is someone who's dedicated their career to public service, and I think that when voters, see that, they know she's supremely qualified, but they want to hear what she's going to do for them. And so that's why we're out there talking about the agenda to lay out a new way forward for the American people, where opportunity is available for everybody to climb up the economic ladder into the middle class, where people can feel safe, whether that's through strong border security and bipartisan approaches there, or through taking gun violence away from our schools and our streets. Those are things that she's going to be talking about. And I think that the American people will render a judgment based on who they think the best candidate is. And when it comes to looking at Vice President Harris versus the chaos, the division, the fear, the anger, the rage tweeting about electric sharks or whatever it is he's talking about, that choice is going to be very clear, and it's going to lead to Kamala Harris being the next president.
Tell us what we can expect from the vice presidential nominee, Tim Walz, here on stage tonight.
Well, he's going to introduce himself to the world. I mean, relatively unknown to the American people. And this is someone who has such a unique and interesting story to tell. I mean, when's the last time we had a vice president who was a football position coach, right? I mean, that just hasn't happened in so long, and we don't really know a lot about this guy. So he's going to speak tonight and talk about his rural Nebraska upbringing, the values that were instilled in him about service. His father, who signed him up with him when he was 17 years old to join the military, who went into school teaching and taught classrooms. I mean, this is someone who's in touch with his community. And I think you're going to hear from his former students, some of his former players, who are going to tell you who this person is. And I think that when the vice president was meeting with him for his selection about a running mate, it was obvious that this is a special guy. This is someone who has a unique ability to connect with people where they are, who talks like a normal person, who is a normal person. And I think that that means something. People are looking for that authenticity right now from their elected officials and political leaders. And I think that the American people are going to get to see some of that tonight when he talks about his own story.
Senator Brian Schatz described Tim Walz today to me as aggressively normal.
Pretty good.
Ian Sams, on day 3 of your service to the Harris campaign, you're totally up to speed. Seems like you've been there an entire week.
We'll keep doing this.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And coming up, our political panel looks at the 2024 race and the impact of tonight's high-profile convention speeches. You're streaming America Decides from the Democratic National Convention. Thank you. I'm good.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now. We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are. Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Night 3 of the Democratic National Convention from Chicago. Thanks for being with us. Tonight, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz will officially accept the nomination for vice president, and he is the keynote speaker coming up in a couple of hours. For now, though, let's bring in our political panel, Joel Payne and Hogan Gidley. Joel is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Hogan is a former White House deputy press secretary for the Trump administration. Joel, good to have you here at the convention. I want to start with you. Tim Walz has a lot of work to do tonight to introduce himself to an American public that maybe didn't know all that much about him before a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, that's right. The job is definition. Tim Walz is certainly well known to the people of Minnesota, but to the vast majority, not just of the folks in this hall, but of the American people, he is a new entity. And so you want to define him by talking about the things they've been talking about on the stump. His background as a coach, his relatability, and how he will be a partner for Kamala Harris in governing. And that event that they did yesterday in Wisconsin, I think, was an interesting template for how they're going to do the storytelling. It seems like Tim Walz is really going to focus on a segment of voters that maybe Kamala Harris needs support with. Older voters, voters from the upper Midwest. It feels like Tim Walz is really going to be the ace for the campaign to do that.
Those flannel shirt voters that Barack Obama referenced last night when he said that Walz has some flannels in his closet that look like they've been through some stuff.
That's exactly right. No, Tim Walz is great. And by the way, he is genuine. He's the genuine article. Just ask the folks in Minnesota who he's worked across the aisle with. I think Tim Walz is going to bring down the House tonight. The Obamas really set the bar high yesterday evening, and I think Tim Walz will raise it even higher tonight.
Walz has been talking a lot about joy on the campaign trail. I anticipate he'll probably bring it up again tonight. And Hogan, you know, I first met you when you were a young whippersnapper working on the Mike Huckabee campaign. And he was somebody who brought a lot of joy out onto the campaign trail. He wore the mantle of governor lightly. He liked to joke around, and that was pretty intoxicating for voters. How worried are Republicans about the fact that Democrats are seizing this mantle of joy and happiness, and that's something that will be really appealing to voters in the middle?
Well, the big difference between Mike Huckabee and Tim Walz, obviously, is that Mike Huckabee was authentic and he was real about his joy and happiness, whereas Tim Walz, I think, has been proven to be a liar. He's been proven to be a phony at this point. And Joel's right. It's all about defining your opponent before they're able to define themselves. And in this hall tonight, I have no doubt he's going to give a roaring speech. People are going to be excited about it. The problem is the Trump campaign will immediately seize on a lot of the things he has to say. And I'm sure the flannel plays well, and I understand you want to win a lot of those voters in the Midwest, but chances are those Midwesterners aren't too happy about someone who mandated tampons be in boys' bathrooms, or using taxpayer dollars to give illegal aliens free health care, or send them to college for free as well. Those are things that do not play well. And so all the things that Kamala Harris would like to do with her radicalism from the federal level, Tim has actually done in Minnesota. And you've seen people, angry about the economy, leave and flee to South Dakota, the spike in taxes, et cetera. big problems there. And so he's going to put on a good show tonight. He's good on the stump. He's very folksy. The problem is, while it's all going to be scripted and delivered well, it's all untrue. And so it's up to the Trump campaign to expose that.
What do you think about that, Joel? The fact that Hogan says that everything about Tim Walz is untrue.
I know Hogan well enough to know he doesn't believe any of that stuff. I think what Hogan is doing is some good spinning, which I appreciate as a comms guy. I will say this, Hogan and I do agree, early definition for candidates that have this low relative name ID is so important. And I'm sure the Trump campaign is going to try to do counter messaging, and they'll have folks like Hogan out here doing it. I think what's interesting about Tim Walz is that he leans into the fight. He likes, he's the happy warrior. And I actually think that that's a real benefit for Kamala Harris to have on the campaign trail, somebody who does not mind taking a punch and throwing a punch. And I think the American people will be very impressed with what they see from Tim Walz tonight.
Hogan, we got new fundraising numbers today from both the Democrats and the Republicans. And in July, which should have been a blockbuster month for the Trump campaign, you had the Republican convention. You were, at a point where the Democrats were reeling after President Biden had that terrible debate. You even had former President Trump survive an assassination attempt, and yet the Democrats, the Harris campaign outraised Trump's campaign 4-1, $200 million to about $50 million. What's going on there?
Well, a lot of those folks were on the sidelines because, as even CBS reported, that Democrat donors were furious that Biden was still at the top of the ticket. And let's not forget, pushing him out and getting rid of him kind of culminated with that exclamation point on Monday night. Here's your last speech. Thanks a lot. Pat you on the head. Now get away. We're trying to, build a convention here. So those donors were on the sidelines waiting around. And it stands to reason they were holding their money for someone who didn't have a pulse and wanted to give it to someone who did have a pulse. So, of course, the Democrats are excited about this. But much like Tim Walz, the more you see of Kamala Harris, the less likable she is. You've seen that because she ran for president, and she was out in front throwing punches at Joe Biden, calling him a racist and a rapist. And none of those things actually landed. In fact, it turned a lot of folks off. So if the Democrats continue to keep her in that bubble, keep her on teleprompter, she's very effective. But once she starts getting off script and getting asked questions, you realize how much of a failure she has been. And the interesting part of this whole convention this week is they're trying to pretend as though they haven't been in power for the last 4 years. The country is facing high prices for gas and groceries, open borders, wars all over the world. They're responsible for all of these things. So it's a weird messaging struggle that they're facing at this convention, trying to pretend as though it's all Donald Trump, it's all his fault. But you guys have been in power. Thus, the American people blame you for the failures, and rightly so.
Hogan Gidley in Washington, D.C., Joel Payne here with me in Chicago. I want to thank both of you for your insights this evening.
Thanks, Dan.
And that does it for me for now. I'll see you in a bit with my colleague Norah O'Donnell and the rest of the CBS News team. You've been streaming America Decides from the Democratic National Convention.
Tell you what, I want to bring you all to a street in Newark, New Jersey called Martin Luther King Boulevard. On that street was this incredible housing project called Brick Towers. We never mistaked wealth with worth. In those towers was a tenant president named Miss Virginia Jones. Her son was murdered in the 1980s in the lobby of one of those buildings, but she was a woman of invincible joy. And I'll tell you this, I used to ask her, how are you so joyful?
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good? Mm-hmm. Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party? Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here.
We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way.
We take you places, we teach you new things, and we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'm John Dickerson. Join me for the Daily Report, weekdays on CBS News 24/7.
Okay, let's go. You guys good?
Hey.
All right, we good?
Keep going.
The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
Are you ready to have your voices heard?
America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story.
America, hope is making a comeback.
This is a CBS News special, America Decides, the Democratic National Convention. Now reporting from Chicago, Norah O'Donnell.
Good evening. It is night 3 of the DNC here at the United Center, and it is a big night with some big names set to appear on stage, including former President Bill Clinton, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and we've just learned Oprah Winfrey. It all leads up to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Kamala Harris's choice for vice president will give perhaps the most consequential speech of his life. It will be the governor's chance to introduce himself to the country. The Nebraska native, who Harris describes as a champion for America's working families, was a high school social studies teacher, football coach, and National Guardsman before entering politics in 2006. I want to bring in our incredible team here in Chicago and welcome CBS Mornings co-anchor Gayle King.
Thanks, Nora.
Good to see you. So good to see you.
Glad to be here.
And Chief Political Analyst John Dickerson, as well as Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa. You know what's interesting about today? Today marks exactly 1 month since President Biden dropped out of the presidential race, setting off this historic month in politics and what is happening here at this convention.
Look how much has changed in a month, Nora.
I mean,
my head is spinning when you think about it.
I know. I haven't seen you, but we've been texting about it.
Yes, we have.
Yes,
a lot of jaw-dropping moments, I have to say.
I know, and we learned just a short time ago that we will hear from Oprah Winfrey tonight. My guess is you know a little bit about what she's going to say.
I actually do. You know, when I first landed, the first thing I did, I went to the hotel, dropped off my bag. She was still tweaking this afternoon. She's been working on it for quite some time. And may I just say, I think it's quite good. I think it's quite good. But she's still tweaking. She just wants to get it right. She wants to hit the right note. She hadn't intended to be involved, to be honest with you. She tries to stay out of politics. I think when she endorsed Barack Obama, that was the first time she had ever done that. She had always tried to stay out of the political fray. And I think now the thinking is, for her, she feels there's a lot at stake, and she just wants to, she has some things to say tonight.
Yeah. Well, I think I've heard you say when Oprah speaks, it's always good.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, the big question when I was leaving was she brought 3 different outfits, trying to decide which of the 3. This is funny, guys. She came in this afternoon. I was surprised, to be honest with you, that it's been held a secret for this long, because certainly many people in the DNC knew. But when she came in for rehearsal, I said, okay, now they're going to know. Now they're going to know. She came in, she had on a baseball cap, she had on a mask, she had on sunglasses, and she goes up to Nancy Pelosi and says, "Hi, Madam Speaker." And she goes, "Who is this?"
So the disguise worked.
And she pulled out and she goes, "It's Oprah." "Oh, Oprah, hi. My daughter's here. We just love you. Can you come over and say hi to my daughter?"
Yeah.
So it was a very nice moment. But yeah.
Well, it's an incredible way to kick off this evening, as well as many of the other elected officials who are speaking tonight. John Dickerson, want to ask you about that, because we're going to hear from Hakeem Jeffries. We're going to hear from Governor Shapiro. But the big speaker of the night, or the big speakers, really, the headliners, Bill Clinton, and then the governor of Minnesota, Kamala Harris's running mate, Tim Walz.
Let's start with Tim Walz first. Last night we saw what was the equivalent of kind of politics night at the dance club. There were celebrities, there was music, there was full cultural on blast. Tim Walz is the guy who texted his daughter and said, "Who were those people?" He
didn't know who Little John was?
No, I'm saying this is not reporting, Gail. This is an analogy.
I know. Didn't you think he said that? Did he really
I know.
Said that?
I was like, wait a minute.
The point is that he is conveying the opposite of that, a balance. Small town, rural, social studies, not a lawyer, kind of the balancing of both the cultural and the political message here. Mm-hmm. And then Bill Clinton, they used to call him the explainer-in-chief. Yes. In 1992, when he first ran, he would take economic issues and say, this inequality you feel and experience in your life, here is the specific way government fixes that, and the way I will walk you through to an outcome that you like. He did it then for Barack Obama in 2012. Mm-hmm. One can imagine that would be excellence for him tonight if he can do it. It's his 12th time at this, though, but that's his great skill.
And part of that thread line, here we have the man from Hope, Bill Clinton, and Michelle Obama talking last night about hope
is making a comeback.
It's making a comeback.
And Chicago is such a part of this story. For former President Obama talking about hope, former President Bill Clinton nominated here in 1996. And Gail, Chicago has a lot of history with Oprah Winfrey.
Yes, the talk show was here for 25 years, yeah. So, I mean, for her, it really does feel like a homecoming of sorts, which also added to the appeal for her to be here tonight.
Yeah, there's so much history going on here in Chicago that has hosted so many conventions, and of course...
Yeah, 26, yeah. This will be the 26th tonight, yeah. Mm-hmm. So they know what they're doing. You know, I heard somebody said New York has Broadway, LA has Hollywood, but Chicago knows how to put on a convention. And I suspect we're going to see all of that. But so far, I couldn't get over last night, guys. I was watching at home. I thought it was such an electrifying night yesterday. I can't imagine what it was like being here in this room.
It was electrifying, and part of it, you know, I wish in some ways I was down on the floor, yes, you know, with many of the people, and that's where CBS Mornings co-host Tony DeCopel has been for us all week. And Tony, love checking in with you to just get a sense of what it's like on the floor with all the delegates.
Well, Nora, good evening to you. I've got a special treat for you, because one of the themes of every night, and I'm sure it'll be true tomorrow night as well, is how Democrats plan to help workers and working families. Unions in this country are a big deal. Tens of millions of people are members of unions, and their ability to shape politics and business in this country goes all the way back to the 1700s. So what role will unions play in 2024? I've got just the person to answer that question. Sean Fain, the president of United Auto Workers, is here with me. One of the only individuals in the whole arena wearing a red shirt, which happens to be the color of the other party. But you make clear where you stand.
Yeah, we wear red every Wednesday in the UAW, and in labor it stands for solidarity among all the working class people. So this is something we do every Wednesday, and but you know, we wear red and it says vote Harris. So it's just something we do as a united movement.
Sean, we were talking earlier, and I'm hoping you can clear up for our viewers a bit of a contradiction, because if you look at the polling, most Republican voters do not support unions in general. They think they have a negative effect on the country. And yet, as you acknowledged in your speech a couple nights ago, about a third of your membership voted for the Republican in the last 2 elections. How do you explain that?
Yeah, well, I don't think most Republicans don't support organized labor. I think most elected Republicans don't. I think they are typically, the Republican Party is a party that represents corporate greed, and they represent anytime there's legislation that gets put before Congress, typically it's a straight party line vote. Democrats typically vote for working class people. Republicans don't. And we're talking about some of our members. I mean, look, it's a democracy. There's members that have maybe single issues why they vote a certain way, but overall, a huge majority of our members will vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, and I believe that we're going to win come this fall.
We're at a potentially pivotal moment politically, because while the UAW has endorsed Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the Teamsters have not. They are apparently going to think about it over the weekend. They're waiting to hear more on how a Harris-Walz administration would lift workers' wages. Do you know something they don't? Have you been told or given any assurances about what will happen with wages in the next administration?
Well, we've already seen under Biden-Harris, we've already seen wages increase, and through our bargaining last contract, our record contracts we bargained for, we had the biggest increases in our history. And that also benefited non-union workers at Toyota, Honda, Nissan. As soon as we bargained our contracts, they gave 10% increase to their workers because they knew we're coming for them. And so, and you look at the Teamsters are still on the fence, but virtually every other union in this country is supporting Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And, I will say this. In 1980, the air traffic controllers and the Teamsters supported Ronald Reagan, and we saw how that worked out for them.
In a pretty chummy recent conversation between Donald Trump and Elon Musk on the X platform, Donald Trump complimented Elon Musk for his ability to unceremoniously and without much empathy fire striking workers. How much of your support for Democrats is opposition to Donald Trump and a hope that you'll be able to unionize Tesla while Elon Musk is endorsing the opposition?
Well, this isn't about Elon Musk and me. This is about working class people. And our opposition to Donald Trump and virtually many Republicans in the Senate and in Congress altogether, they don't vote for our issues. The PRO Act, not one Republican voted for it. And the issue with Donald Trump, I mean, literally, Donald Trump with Elon Musk just blatantly admitted, in a Twitter feed that he celebrates Elon Musk for firing striking workers. Workers in this world, in this nation, it's a federal right to be able to strike and not be fired for that. I mean, so they laugh at the law, they sneer at the law, and that's the problem with Donald Trump.
Well, Sean, I think a lot of our viewers not only would like to thank unions overall for their work over the years, bringing us the weekend, the 8-hour workday, and sick paid leave. They also are curious, you're going to take your jacket off again as you did? You had quite a performance on stage a couple nights ago.
Maybe not tonight. We'll see how hot it gets in here. It's been pretty hot here all week, though. These members, these delegates are all fired up and ready to go. They're ready to stand up for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, and we'll see.
All right, Sean, thank you very much. It has not actually been temperature-wise very hot in here. This is a hockey rink a lot of times of the year, and I think they could play tonight. I'll send it back to you, Nora.
Great interview, Tony. Thank you so much. Let's check in now with senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. He is also on the convention floor. And Ed, tell us where you are.
Oh, Nora, we're in Minnesota. Big place to be tonight because Tim Walz, the governor, is speaking. The swag includes cutouts of the governor's face. That's quite a prop. And then the flannel. Show us what you got here. I mean, down to the, you see this, Jared? Don't you know? And her shoes, right? Why are we wearing flannel tonight, remind me?
Because of our governor. He's all about wearing the buffalo plaid, not buffalo plaid, not just flannel.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the difference?
Well, this is just the design. Buffalo plaid is the official uniform of the state of Minnesota, and so you will see it quite represented in our delegation here today.
A guy with a tie on back there who's ignoring us. He didn't want to talk, but hi, Scott. Good to see you. Okay. Real quick, your first time delegate, Tyler, right?
That's correct.
You
yes.
didn't know coming into this that your governor would be the guy tonight.
We definitely did not. It's been a huge surprise for us, but we are incredibly excited to share Tim Walz with the world. He is the same man that you see on TV as who he is behind the scenes, just an incredibly compassionate human being.
I understand you had done some research on a topic that the governor was raising before he was picked regarding J.D. Vance and Appalachia.
That's why we say Appalachia, but it's all right.
Your argument and the governor's argument was that you don't think J.D. Vance is representing that part of the country correctly, right?
That's right. I'm in Minnesota now, but I grew up in Appalachia, and a lot of people think that we have similar stories. We both grew up working class and wound up going to Yale and having a legal career. But I think that J.D. Vance does not represent those working class values. In fact, he has done everything he can to undermine working class America, and I think he has a real scorn for the kind of people that raised him. We need to have scorn for the political system that is holding Appalachian people down, and so I'm really quite frustrated by how J.D. Vance has been trying to represent Appalachia.
Well, it's going to be a big night for you guys. Buffalo plaid, right? Also, the other hot item that delegates is your hat. I'm pointing at your hat.
Yeah.
These camo Harris Walz hats here, big items as well, Nora.
Also going to be on sale at the Minnesota State Fair, which starts tomorrow, so you can go out and get it there.
That is a good state fair. Gail, not for nothing, have had a lot of requests for you to join us on the floor, because as you know, in the Twin Cities, we're pretty big in the morning and at night, but they specifically said, is Gail here? And you are. So if you'd like to join us, just putting it out there, Nora. Yeah,
right.
Nora, you too, for that matter, both of you.
All right.
We'll talk later.
What do you think, Gail? You ready to get to go make a journey down to the floor?
If Ed would give me some credentials, I'd love to come. Come on up, Ed. Please come get me. I will definitely come down.
You will be mobbed down there. Everyone will want to see you, Gail. Let's check in with our senior White House correspondent, Weijia Jiang. She has been on the road with Vice President Harris, including last night's packed campaign rally at Fiserv Forum in Wisconsin. And tonight, Weijia is at the podium, and that is right near the stage. And Weijia, you've got a prime spot there to see everything that's happening on the stage and even behind the stage.
And Nora, I've already been using my camera to be the professional stalkers that we are, trying to see backstage, because I'm looking at the holding room and we'll be able to see all of the speakers and their families as they prepare to deliver remarks tonight. One interesting thing, Nora, is we are told that Governor Walz doesn't really use a teleprompter. This is not something he is used to, so he has had to practice a lot just to know how to do it, because it's not a skill that you can just dive into. And so I think tonight will be an extension of what we saw last night, Nora. And it really is what the campaign has said they have loved about Walz from the very beginning, that he can be an attack dog and do it with a smile on his face. Last night, of course, at the Fiserv Forum, that is exactly where former President Donald Trump accepted the Republican nominee. When Walz took the stage, he said, we have a heck of a lot more energy than they did at their convention. And there's one guy who's going to be sad, sad, sad about it. So he has a way of attacking, but doing it still, coming across as joyful and jolly. And so we expect a lot of that tonight, Nora. But he also has to bring his resume to life in a way that we haven't heard before. Of course, we know his remarkable story. We know that he served in the National Guard. He's a coach, he's a teacher, he's a former congressman. But we're really paying attention tonight to how he personalizes that even more to this crowd, because tonight is all about him. It's Walz's big waltz. I'm here for the mom jokes all night, and so we'll be watching to see how he prepares with his family, Nora, on this incredibly important night for him as he introduces himself to the country in a new way.
Weijia, keep the mom jokes coming. We are here for them. I love it. I do want to dip in now to listen to Senator Chris Murphy, who's talking about immigration and border security. Let's listen.
For generations, that lamp has called people to start a brave new life in America. My ancestors, your ancestors, and the parents of the next President of the United States of America. Kamala Harris knows that we can be a nation of proud immigrants and a nation of strong immigration laws. That's why when she's president, she will bring that border bill back, and Kamala Harris is going to pass it. How do I know this? Because in this race, there is only one candidate who has ever been willing to do the worthy, redeeming work of making our country better, of recognizing that we do not have to choose between celebrating our heritage and enforcing our laws, right? The beautiful thing about America is that we can be both. We can be a nation of immigrants who love their country and a nation with a secure border. And there is only one candidate. There is only one candidate who can deliver that vision of America, and it's Kamala Harris. Thank you very much, Democrats.
Please welcome Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar.
On the other side of the border, the traffickers, they pack migrants into 18-wheelers like cattle, 50, 100 at a time. Then they seal the doors. That's when the 911 calls come. We hear them, desperate, terrified, gasping for air. Now, sometimes we get there in time. Sometimes, despite our best efforts, we can't. When Donald Trump comes down to Texas, stands next to officers in uniforms just like mine, he's not there to help us. Don't think that, not for a second. He is a self-serving man. I mean, look, just like when he killed the border bill, he just made our jobs harder. Now, Kamala, on the other hand, has been fighting border crime for years. She's gone down to Mexico and worked to stop the traffickers. And when the traffickers didn't stop, she put them in jail. Now, down in my neck of the woods, we call that fooling around and finding out. I may be paraphrasing a bit. We protect them. Now, the border sheriffs that I know, right, and we're like Kamala. We protect and serve. We enforce the law. We show compassion. And we fight like hell to protect our border. Because as we've always known in Texas, cuando luchamos, ganamos. When we fight, we win.
Please welcome California Representative Pete Aguilar.
I'm Pete Aguilar, chair of the Democratic Caucus. For 4 generations, my family has called California home. I grew up in San Bernardino, a working-class community defined by family, faith, and hard work. These values, shared by Latino families across this country, are what made my family's American dream possible. And only Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will protect the American dream so that every family can earn a living, own a home, and reach their full potential. This is a vision for America that Donald Trump will never understand. All he knows is chaos and division. He talks about tearing American families apart, pitting neighbor against neighbor, community against community. Compare that to what Kamala Harris has done as vice president. Almost 500,000 people who live here and are married to a U.S. citizen can now apply for lawful permanent residents. DACA recipients who graduated college have easier access to work visas. And we would have much more security at the border if Donald Trump hadn't tanked the bipartisan bill. Folks, we don't have to choose between a secure border and building an America for all. Under President Harris, we can and will do both. As a prosecutor, she took on transnational gangs and cartels. As president, she will fight for pathways to citizenship. And I can tell you, as the highest-ranking Latino in Congress, our community understands the stakes in this election because we believe in the promise of this country. We believe our nation is stronger when we keep families together. We believe our union is more perfect when dreamers become doctors, teachers, construction workers, and military service members. Latinos believe in that American dream and a brighter future. One where we secure our border, fix our broken immigration system, and unlock economic opportunity for all. And together, we will win. Thank you.
And this is day 3 of the Democratic Convention with a number of big speakers still coming up. But it's interesting to hear the last group of speakers focus on immigration. That is a tough issue for this administration. Kamala Harris has been carrying the weight on that issue. She's been attacked mightily. What about this? The Democrats trying to take it head on and try and turn this and say, yeah, but it was Donald Trump who killed that bipartisan bill.
It's part of their strategy. When you talk to Harris advisors, they believe that come this fall, former President Donald Trump is going to have a searing critique of the vice president and her record on border security. So they're trying to get ahead of it. On advertising, they're talking about her roots as a prosecutor, going after transnational gangs, being someone who has represented a border state. At the same time, they want the echo here at the convention to be that she is tough when it comes to border security. She has worked with President Biden on trying to get border legislation passed. But former President Trump, he's going to be out there. He'll be in Phoenix, Arizona later this week. And he told me on the phone this week that he believes she is super vulnerable on immigration. He's going to keep hitting it. We've heard a lot about the personal attacks, but the immigration attacks do worry many Democrats.
It will certainly continue to be a contentious issue. Many people care about the immigration issue, as many of those migrants have been shipped to big cities across America, including here in Chicago, New York, Denver, and more. All right, ahead, we'll hear from some Republicans who are supporting Vice President Harris and one of the officers who defended the Capitol on January 6th. We'll be right back.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm
choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That desired farm is a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Let's listen now to former White House Homeland Security Advisor from the Trump administration, Olivia Troy, who resigned 4 years ago in protest.
As a national security expert y como latina y hija de una inmigrante mexicana que realizó el sueño americano, being inside Trump's White House was terrifying. But what keeps me up at night is what'll happen if he gets back there. The guardrails are gone. The few adults in the room the first time resigned or were fired. I grew up in the kind of working family that Trump pretends to care about. Conservative, Catholic, Texan. July 4th was our most sacred holiday. Those values made me a Republican. And they're the same values that make me proud to support Kamala Harris. Not because we agree on every issue, but because we agree on the most important issue, protecting our freedom. So to my fellow Republicans, you aren't voting for a Democrat. You're voting for democracy. You aren't betraying our party. You're standing up for our country. Thank you. Gracias.
Please welcome former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan.
Good evening. I bring greetings from the great state of Georgia. So let's get the hard part out of the way. I am a Republican. But tonight, I stand here as an American. An American that cares more about the future of this country than the future of Donald Trump. My journey started to this podium years ago when I realized Donald Trump was willing to lie, cheat, and steal to try to overturn the 2020 election. I realized Trump was a direct threat to democracy, and his actions disqualified him from ever stepping foot into the Oval Office again. I could spend my time revving up this crowd, but I'm certain I don't have to talk anybody out of voting for Donald Trump here. So I'm going to focus my attention on the millions of Republicans and independents that are at home that are sick and tired of making excuses for Donald Trump. If Republicans are being intellectually honest with ourselves, our party is not civil or conservative. It's chaotic and crazy, and the only thing left to do is dump Trump. These days, our party acts more like a cult worshiping a felonious thug. Look, you don't have to agree with every policy position of Kamala Harris. I don't. But you do have to recognize her prosecutor mindset that understands right from wrong, good from evil. She's a steady hand and will bring leadership to the White House that Donald Trump could never do. Let me be clear to my Republican friends at home watching. If you vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, you're not a Democrat, you're a patriot. In our family, my wife Brooke and I are raising 3 boys, and we have a family motto. And it says, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. During 2020, during just the lowest of lows, when we had armed officers outside our house protecting us from other Republicans, Donald Trump had targeted us. My son came downstairs, and he handed me this coaster that I'd given him years before at a father-son retreat for our church. And he said, hey, Dad, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. Stay strong. To my fellow Republicans at home that want to pivot back towards policy, empathy, and tone, you know the right thing to do. Now let's have the courage to do it in November. Thank you, and God bless you.
Some powerful remarks there from the former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, a Republican, who said, if you vote for Kamala Harris, you're not a Democrat, you're a patriot. Gail.
Very, very strong, and also very touching what his son just said. The emblem that his son had given him to say, when you do the right, Dad, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. Stay strong. You know, he made it clear that his family was put through hell by the Trump administration. You know, it's interesting to hear Olivia Troy also say what she just said to her fellow Republicans. You're not voting for a democracy. You're not voting for a Democrat. You're voting for democracy. It's interesting to see the number of Republicans that are here in the Democratic convention. Bob, how many Democrats did you see at the Republican convention?
Not many.
Yeah.
What you see.
My point, exactly.
And Democrats believe, if you look at the suburbs of Atlanta, Georgia, there's a real opportunity there. Traditional Republicans like Jeff Duncan, who don't feel comfortable in Donald Trump's Republican Party, they could go and maybe vote for Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States.
They don't have to do it publicly, though, the way they're doing it.
They don't. But listen, Democrats believe there's a soft support for Trump among the GOP. Think about the Republican primary. How many times when we were tracking it for CBS News, even after she got out of the race, did we see 15 or 20% of the vote for Nikki Haley?
Yes.
Because when people go in the privacy of a polling booth and they look around and nobody's watching, they'll maybe pull it for a Democrat or someone like Nikki Haley if she's on the ballot. She's not on the ballot, though. And so Democrats know a lot of these Republicans are going to stay home, but they need some of them at least to show up.
And just one more point on Olivia Choi. At a political convention, you kind of feel like, well, this is all politics. What she represents is the number of people who worked with Donald Trump. If you were doing a job interview and you interviewed references, you've got a dozen or so former high-level Trump officials who say he should not be allowed back in the presidency. Imagine you were doing a job interview and you got 12 negative references for the CEO you were hiring for a company. You would no longer try to hire that CEO. She is representative of high-level people who have made a judgment about his ability.
And just to build on that, they're not...
Remember, Mike Pence wasn't even at his convention.
That's right.
Just think about that for a second. Your own vice president.
To build on that idea of references, they're not saying he did a bad job. They're saying he's dangerous.
Yeah.
That he can't get anywhere near the White House, the Oval Office again.
And that's what puts this at a level that we've never seen before in any political convention, in any presidency. I mean, I'm sure there were people who are not going to support Andrew Johnson, but I'm just saying we've never had former officials of such high level.
Yeah. But it's notable, though, inside the Trump campaign, they don't take a lot of this seriously. They do not believe, and they might be wrong, that January 6th breaks through, that people are going to vote on that issue. They think this election is going to come down to how people feel economic pain and issues like border security and maybe a few other issues like abortion rights. But it's not going to be about Trump's conduct. They believe Trump's personality and history are so baked into the electorate that the Democrats can play it up as an issue, but it really will only be on the fringes of the GOP vote. Again, they might be wrong, but that's how they see it.
But Donald Trump keeps saying on January 6th he's planning to pardon some of the people who are convicted. It'll be interesting that when the security officer takes the stage to see what he has to say about that.
We are going to hear shortly from the Capitol Police Sergeant Ganell, who, of course, has spoken out publicly and in some of these hearings as the Democratic Party has a different view, which is that January 6th does resonate with viewers. Does it resonate with suburban women? Does it resonate with those independent voters? We know that those are already rock-solid Republicans. You're right. They're not interested in hearing about January 6th. The Democrats already baked in. What about that small sliver of independence? It'll be interesting to see.
And it's coupled with the issue of race. I mean, a lot of Republicans out there like Jeff Duncan, they see former president's track record on issues like race. They see his track record on issues like January 6th, and they say, I'm just not comfortable with how he talks about these issues.
Let's listen in now to Congressman Benny Thompson, who was the chair of the January 6th committee that led investigation into the facts of that attack.
Like most of my colleagues, I had one goal: to uphold the votes of the American people, the cornerstone of our American democracy. But as what you've just witnessed, let me remind you that the members of that violent mob had another goal. They wanted to stop the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in American democracy. Thank God they failed. Because in this country, we settle our differences at the ballot box, not through violence. It took a long time to get here, and we are not going back. Because I remember that dark history. It's my own history. In this life, my father never cast a vote because of Jim Crow. So I dedicated my career to protecting the votes against violence and discrimination. You can imagine what I felt on January 6th when I saw with my own eyes those insurrectionists trying to take that away. They did it to rob millions of Americans of their votes. They did it because Donald Trump couldn't handle losing. He lied about the election fraud. He called his conspiracy-led mob to Washington. He would rather subvert democracy than submit to it. Now, he's plotting again. His campaign proclaims that elections won't end until the moment of inauguration. We will win or it was rigged. We win or else. This is Donald Trump's America. Elections are about choice. Choose democracy, not political violence. Choose the America we've always taught our children to love. Choose Kamala Harris.
Please welcome former United States Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino Ganell.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Before I begin, I need to acknowledge the sacrifices that 5 officers who died as a result of January 6 made on that day. My name is Aquilino Ganell. I immigrated to the U.S. from the Dominican Republic when I was 12. I became an American citizen. I was a sergeant in the U.S. Army and a Capitol Police officer. I had seen violence while serving in Iraq, but nothing prepared me for January 6. We officers risked everything to protect innocent people. We were beaten and blinded. I was assaulted with a pole attached to the American flag. President Trump summoned our attackers and sided with them. He betrayed us. When I joined the Army and Capitol Police, I took an oath to defend the Constitution. I did so with duty in my soul, and I still feel it. To Donald Trump, I ask, why don't you? On January 6, I nearly died protecting the Capitol, and I will do it again for our democracy. The way to preserve it is to elect Kamala Harris, our first female commander-in-chief.
Please welcome New Jersey Representative Andy Kim.
When I was a kid, my parents brought me to the Capitol. They taught me that it's sacred ground, a symbol of our democracy. When I got to Congress, I was excited to bring my little boys to the same beautiful building. I asked them, "Do you like the Capitol?" And my oldest son, Austin, said, "I love the Capitol, and lowercase too." They are so sweet. But shortly after, we saw something unimaginable. A mob tearing down flags, assaulting police officers. That night, I walked into the rotunda. The floor was covered in broken glass and garbage, strewn with the chaos unleashed by Donald Trump. And I thought to myself, how did it get this bad? So I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed the trash bag and started cleaning up. What I learned on January 6th is that all of us are caretakers for our great republic. We can heal this country, but only if we try. Many of you are doing your part through your voices and your votes. Always remember, this chaos that we see, it doesn't have to be this way. As a father, I refuse to believe that our kids are doomed to grow up in a broken America. There is a hunger right now in this country for a new generation of leadership to step up. Let's choose Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Let's do this for our kids and our grandkids. Thank you.
We just heard the last few speakers all focus on January 6th. I want to bring in CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. Hi there, Nancy.
Hey, Nora, you know, this is an issue, the rule of law, democracy, that Democrats have been bringing up over and over again, not just for the past 3 days, but really for the past 3 years since January 6th happened. And some of their opponents argue this is old news. Let's put it in the rearview mirror. You're still talking about that. We've talked it to death. But Democrats believe that talking about January 6th speaks to a larger message that they're trying to get across in this election, which is that Donald Trump doesn't have that respect for the rule of law, for the peaceful transfer of power, for the police and all the police who were in harm's way that day, as he continues to say that he would pardon the hundreds of protesters who are in jail now. And so Democrats are going to continue to focus on it, just like you saw here tonight, listening to Officer Gonell, listening to Andy Kim talk about cleaning up after the Capitol was ransacked that day. A lot of the lawmakers that you've heard from here tonight and over the past several days, Nora, they were cowering under their chairs on January 6th, and they remember that day very vividly.
So important to remember what happened on January 6th and now more than 1,000 people that have been charged. You may recognize that sound. It's Stevie Wonder. Many people know who Stevie Wonder is, if not everybody. I hope everybody knows, but certainly in the 1980s.
I think everybody knows who Stevie Wonder is in this building.
Yeah.
He was a big favorite with the Obama administration, too. He used to perform at many Obama administration events.
It's because of my love for you right here. But this year I've prayed very hard for peace to come to our world's nations, but also to each one of our hearts. Even though our hearts have been beaten and broken, beyond prayer, I know the importance of action, and now is the time to understand where we are and what it will take to win. Win the broken hearts. Win the disenchanted. Win the angry spirits. Now is the time. This is the moment to remember when you tell your children where you were and what you did. As we stand between history's pain and tomorrow's promises, we must choose courage over complacency. It is time to get up and go vote. Listen, the choice is clear. clearer than anyone else is saying. Did you hear me? Clearer than anyone else is saying. You feel me? Yeah. We need to choose joy over anger, kindness over recrimination, and peace over war. Every time. We must choose to be above the ugly words, the hateful anger, and the division those words and anger create. We must keep on keeping on until we truly are a united people of these United States. And then we will reach our higher ground. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready to reach your higher ground? Are you ready to reach our higher ground? Tell me. I want to hear you again. Are you ready? Are we ready? Because you know we need Kamala Harris. Yes, we do. And we need a great man, as we do have, as a future vice president. You know that. So you know what? I'm depending on you to do, as Spike Lee would say, the right thing. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Are you ready? Mosky, are you ready?
I'm ready, Steve.
Kansas, are you ready?
All right, we need everybody. Clap your hands like this. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap. Now somebody scream. Here we go.
Are y'all ready?
Oh, you're gonna have to get louder than that.
I want y'all to sing it with me. Come on. People.
You sing.
Keep on lying. Soldiers. Y'all say keep on one. Yeah. Whoa. Keep on turning. 'Cause it won't be too long. Are y'all with me? Keep on lying. While your people keep on dying. Whoa. Keep on turning. 'Cause it won't be too long. Oh, yeah. So tired, let me try it again. It's the last time I'm gonna let my whole world. So when the light over land, I'm gonna keep on trying till I meet my higher ground. Till I meet my higher ground. Oh no, no one's gonna bring me down. All right, till I meet my highest ground.
Somebody scream.
He could also sing Isn't She Lovely, and that would be good too.
That would work too. He would have a lot of options, actually.
Yes. Oh.
Higher ground is a good choice.
Not singing, signed, sealed, and delivered just yet.
Well, he's got everybody on their feet and jamming because it is a big night ahead here. We are going to hear from Bill Clinton, Oprah Winfrey, and and the headliner of the night, Kamala Harris's choice to be Vice President Tim Walz.
I'm very curious to hear from Governor Walz tonight because we know all the titles, the school teacher, the principal, the National Guard, but we don't know the stories behind the titles. So I'm hoping that he'll get very personal and sort of open it up and let us know who he really is. Because everybody keeps saying, you know, famous about Kamala Harris, famous but not known. For Governor Walz, he's not really famous and not really known, really outside the state of Minnesota. So this is a huge night for him tonight.
I think the largest audience he will face. All right, we'll be right back with more from here at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I'm John Dickerson. Join me for the Daily Report, weekdays on CBS News 24/7.
This week on CBS News 24/7, all-day coverage of the Democratic National Convention with special editions of America Decides and the Daily Report with John Dickerson, and followed by complete coverage from the CBS News political team live from Chicago. Stream all-day coverage this week here on CBS News 24/7.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
How would you say Tony and Nate?
You mean not say? Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Billy Crystal. Guess who's in the house? Look at his outfit. Give me some love, baby.
Would your mother like me?
My mother does love you.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
I swear they should have a camera during the commercial. You have such a good time here.
Are you ready to have your voices heard?
America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story.
America, hope is making a comeback.
This is a CBS News special, America Decides, the Democratic National Convention. Now reporting from Chicago, Norah O'Donnell.
Good evening and welcome. It is night 3 of the Democratic National Convention at the United Center here in the Windy City, and it is a big night with some big names set to appear on stage, including former President Bill Clinton, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and Oprah Winfrey. And it all leads up to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who will formally accept the Democratic vice presidential nomination. Kamala Harris's choice for vice president will give perhaps the most consequential speech of his life. It will be the governor's chance to introduce himself to the country that doesn't know much about him. The Nebraska native, who Harris describes as a champion for America's working families, was a high school social studies teacher, a football coach, and National Guardsman before entering politics in 2006. It is such a big night. I want to bring in our incredible team here in Chicago and welcome CBS Morning's co-anchor, Gayle King. So good to see you. CBS News Chief Political Analyst John Dickerson and Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa. All right, lots of new information we're learning tonight. Gayle, Oprah Winfrey speaking. My guess is you might know a little something about that.
Would you believe me if I said I had no idea? No. You know what I think is so interesting that, you know, she was asked a while ago when she was trying to decide, because she's really tried to stay out of it. You know, the last time she endorsed anybody was back when Barack Obama ran back in 2008 during that election. But I'm looking at the updated schedule and it still doesn't have Oprah's name. So I'm impressed that it was managed to keep a secret this long. I said today it's going to come out because she had to go in for rehearsals earlier today. And she had on a mask and a baseball cap. And Nancy Pelosi was also behind the scenes. And she went up to her and said, "Hi, Madam Speaker." And she said, "Who is this?" Which I just think is very funny. And she goes, "It's Oprah." And she pulled down her mask. "Oh, Oprah. It's so..." Nancy Pelosi was surprised to see her. "Will you come say hi to my daughter?" You know, we know Alexandra. "Will you come say hi to my daughter?" So it has been a really big secret. I'm impressed that it stayed a secret so long.
And what will she say tonight?
Well, if I told you no, I would have to kill you. So,
or Oprah would kill you.
Or Oprah, that's right, John. Or Oprah would kill me. But
you know what? You're building the excitement because we can't all wait to hear it. Yeah.
I can't wait to hear it too. I know when I got to the hotel today, she was still tweaking it. She was still tweaking it. I said, "It's already really good. What more can you do?" She said, "I just thought of something else. So, I mean, she has a lot to say. It'll be interesting.
Looking forward to that. And speaking of tweaking, we have also just learned that apparently Bill Clinton, who is one of the headliners tonight, apparently ripped up his convention speech after seeing the energy of night 1. We're told, according to a Clinton aide, that the former president recognized that he needs more poetry, not prose. John Dickerson.
Well, as someone who occasionally handed in a late paper or a paper written the night before, this does not always lead to quality, but it's a sign certainly of enthusiasm. And why does Bill Clinton matter in a campaign that's all about the future? Well, remember, Bill Clinton ran as building a bridge to the 21st century. Well, that's essentially the same message here, a bridge to the future. And what Bill Clinton has is not only connections to the Democratic past, but they used to call him the explainer-in-chief. And what you need in a campaign that's new and fresh, sort of just add water like this one, is you need an understanding of the candidates and a frame for how to think about the election. Bill Clinton is one of the best at creating that frame for voters.
And when former President Clinton talked about that bridge to the 21st century, where did he do it? Here in the United Center in 1996 at the Democratic National Convention. Democrats from Clinton to former President Obama from Chicago know the road to the White House goes through the Midwest. And in Chicago, they're trying to revive that Midwestern spirit tonight with Governor Tim Walz from Minnesota, and especially with Chicago's Oprah Winfrey, whose career really got a boost here.
You're absolutely right about that, Bob. You know, the Oprah Winfrey Show was #1 for 25 years, just saying, here in the city of Chicago. So this place holds a very special place in her heart.
The other person we are going to hear from tonight, as we mentioned, Tim Walz. And Kamala Harris chose this very popular congressman, popular governor in Minnesota. Many lawmakers that served with him like him, but really nobody in the national audience knows anything about him except a couple of these monikers. You know, that he was he's a coach, the social studies teacher, served in the National Guard for 24 years. There's a folksiness about him that people like, but he's also a pretty fierce speaker.
Right. Well, before his selection, he was in disguise without wearing a mask. I mean, he was not known on the national stage. This is the largest audience he will ever have spoken to. And we will learn things about the governor. But the most important thing for a campaign is what is learned about the governor that speaks to the campaign. And so what you mentioned, Nora, the traditional role of the vice president is to be, in a presidential campaign, is to be an attack dog. So we'll see if he plays that role. But we'll also, what does picking him say about the Harris-Walz ticket, what they want to convey to the American people? One thing I thought was interesting in the policies they mentioned in his introductory video, they don't talk about family and medical leave. They talk about the biggest tax cut in Minnesota. They talk about how he's a hunter and owns a gun, and they also talked about how business is thriving in Minnesota. Not pitching to a liberal audience, but pitching to a more center-of-the-road audience. We'll see if he does any of that tonight.
There has been so much excitement this week on the convention floor, so let's check in with our senior White House and political correspondent, Ed O'Keefe. Ed?
Nora, good to be with you again. And yes, it's been a wild night. They've doubled the number of floor marshals, it seems, down here as they try to limit the audience, knowing that, for example, Gail's good friend is coming up, that there are other musical acts performing, and that there are, of course, big-name Democrats speaking soon. Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, who this party certainly would hope to see become Speaker come January. Former President Bill Clinton, who, as you said, has ripped up his speech. He has spoken to 12 consecutive Democratic conventions since 1980, when he was in his early 30s. So he is a pro at addressing this specific crowd. And then, of course, the Walz speech later tonight. He'll be introduced by former members of the football team that he coached, and then we'll hear from him talk about his upbringing and how exactly he'd serve Kamala Harris.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you. Let's check in now with CBS Morning's co-host, Tony DeCopel, who is also on the floor here at the United Center. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening, Nora. You look, it's no secret that black voters are a powerful force within the Democratic Party, but we were talking on the morning show today about how every election since 2008, the share of the black electorate that has gone to Democrats has fallen. I'm with somebody who can help us understand that trend and is working to reverse it. This is Siobhan Arline Bradley, the president and CEO of the National Council of Negro Women. What are you doing and what explains the shift?
Well, right now, Tony, we're focusing on something called an 8-state, all-state strategy. We are pushing for the black electorate to increase ages 17 to 24-year-old voters in this country. Every high school senior in this country should be automatically eligible to vote and register to vote. Our country has really pushed now not only 8 states, but also getting poll workers at the polls. We can't just register. We have to get our folks out to vote. We have to work on seniors as well. And also, we have to prioritize precinct placement, meaning a lot of black voters are being disenfranchised. They're moving precincts, they're purging rolls. We're focused on ensuring that we're going to protect this election, but also ensure that black voters get out and stay on the prowl.
We are just really beginning to process Michelle Obama's address last night and what it will mean for the history books. What are your takeaways as we are now 24 hours past?
Well, quite frankly, Michelle Obama put a little bit of boost in our step. Last night's speech was focused on getting the electorate ready and the facts, not only about the previous president, but about the importance of diversity in this country.
Siobhan, thank you very much. Hakeem Jeffries has just taken the stage. Nora, back to you.
All right.
Tony DeCopel, thank you so much. Let's listen in now to the Democratic leader.
It's a high honor and a distinct privilege as a Brooklynite, New Yorker, and as an American to stand before you today and unequivocally express my support for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next president and vice president of the United States of America. Over the last few years, House Democrats have been hard at work, and we could not have asked for a better leader to partner with than President Joseph Robinette Biden, who will go down as one of the most consequential presidents of all time. Last month, President Biden selflessly passed the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris, who is ready, willing, and able to fight for the people. Kamala Harris is a courageous leader, a compassionate leader, and a common sense leader who will deliver real results for everyday Americans. Kamala Harris is fighting for our freedom. Kamala Harris is fighting for our families. Kamala Harris is fighting for our future. Together, let's make Kamala Harris the 47th President of the United States of America. In our great country, when you work hard and play by the rules, you deserve to earn a living wage. You deserve to have an affordable place to call home. You deserve to educate your children in a great public school that is free from gun violence. And you deserve high-quality, affordable health care, and you deserve the chance to one day retire with grace and with dignity. But for far too many people in our great country, they are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. And as a result, the American dream is out of reach. Here's the thing. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't care about everyday Americans. They only care about themselves. Our approach, led by Kamala Harris and Coach Walz, is very different. We care about you, the American people. And we will fight hard to make sure that the American dream is alive and well in every single community. Now, the road ahead will not be easy, which brings me to you-know-who. Donald Trump is like an old boyfriend who you broke up with, but he just won't go away. He has spent the last 4 years spinning the block, trying to get back into a relationship with the American people. Bro, we broke up with you for a reason. Trump was the mastermind of the GOP tax scam, where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1% in America. Trump failed our country during the COVID-19 pandemic. Trump is a chaos agent who is focused on himself, not the American people. Trump tried to destroy our democracy by lying about the election and inciting a violent mob to attack the Capitol. Trump put 3 extreme justices on the Supreme Court who destroyed Roe v. Wade. We broke up with you for a reason. Donald Trump can spin the block all he wants, but there's no reason for us to ever get back together. Been there, done that, we're not going back. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will always put people over politics. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will lower costs and grow the middle class. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will fix our broken immigration system and secure the border. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will strengthen the relationship between the police and the community. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will continue to combat the climate crisis with the fierce urgency of now. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will protect Social Security, protect Medicare, protect Medicaid, protect the Affordable Care Act, protect working families, protect small businesses, protect the middle class, protect free enterprise, protect our children, protect our seniors, protect our veterans, protect our unions, protect our dreamers, and always protect a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. The extreme MAGA Republicans want to divide us. But the Constitution promises equal protection under the law. We are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Together, Together, let's build a brighter future for our children and our grandchildren. In the Old Testament, book of Psalms, the scripture tells us that weeping may endure during the long night, but joy will come in the morning. Here's how we do it. Strategize on Sunday. Meet the moment on Monday. Take it to them on Tuesday. Work it out on Wednesday. Thank the Lord on Thursday. Fight the power on Friday. Set it off on Saturday. Get a few hours of sleep, wake up the next day, and do it all over again until joy comes in the morning. Now, there's only 76 days left. There are only 76 days left. We must continue to speak up. We must continue to show up. We must continue to stand up, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans. And when we do, nothing can stop Kamala Harris from becoming the 47th President of the United States of America. Nothing can stop House Democrats from taking back the majority. Nothing can stop the American people from continuing our march toward a more perfect union. Nothing can stop us. We're all the way up. God bless you. God bless Kamala Harris. May God bless the United States of America.
The Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, who grew up in Brooklyn, went to Cornerstone Baptist Church, where he learned a lot of his oratorical skills, and he rallied this crowd tonight. I want to check in with Nancy Cordes, who is down on the floor. Nancy?
There is why Hakeem Jeffries was chosen to fill the legendary Nancy Pelosi's 4-inch heels as House Democratic leader because of his communication skills. And Jeffries has a lot riding, frankly, on America not getting back together with Donald Trump, because a rising tide lifts all boats. House Democrats are just 4 seats away from retaking control of the House. And so if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz do well in this election, if more people come out to vote for them and then vote down ballot for Democratic candidates, he will be the new House Speaker.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. Want to check in with Weijia Zhang, who is right there on the podium, can see the stage as we await Bill Clinton. Weijia?
And Nora, I just laid eyes on the former president. He's actually in the holding room. He was pacing a little bit back and forth as he was looking out to the crowd and watching Hakeem Jeffries speak. Of course, this is a view and a moment he knows quite well. This is his 12th consecutive convention in which he will be making remarks. And he has a task tonight, Nora, of bridging the past to the present, to the future. We've talked so much about the new wave of momentum, the new energy from young voters, but this campaign understands that the old guard matters. And so that is why he has such a prime speaking role. Of course, it is very traditional for a former president to introduce, to speak on the night of the vice presidential speech. And so we expect that the former president will lean into the word of the night, that is joy. You already talked about how he rewrote his speech to do just that, Nora.
Weijia Zhang, thank you. The man from hope at a time when Michelle Obama said hope is contagious here.
Nora, we just heard Congressman Jeffries wink at a Taylor Swift lyric, "We are never getting back together." Some of my Clinton sources are telling me about another song, "Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow," Fleetwood Mac. That was the song for Clinton's campaign in 1992. They expect an upbeat message tonight.
Let's listen in as
Thank you. Thank you. Whoa. Let me ask you something. After the last 2 days, aren't you proud to be a Democrat? And I am very grateful to the Republicans and independents that have joined us, have been up here on the stage. And I hope they feel better about it now. Because I've seen all these things that even I have to be reminded of from time to time when I get my spirits down. I love seeing the Obamas here. I love seeing President Biden. And I thought Hillary gave a great speech, too. And I love seeing all these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me. They look better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And he strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And George Washington knew that, and he did it. And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy, and it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy. And it's a stark contrast to what goes on in the other party. So I want to thank him for his courage, compassion, his class, his service, his sacrifice. Joe Biden, thank you. And he kept the faith, and he's infected a lot of the rest of us. Now let's cut to the chase. I am too old to gild the lily. 2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. Last night, in what I thought was a very moving series of episodes, we nominated Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And just think about that. 2 leaders with all-American but still improbable life stories. It could only happen here. Their careers, after all, started in community courtrooms and classrooms. 2 leaders who spent a lifetime getting the good job done. Now, One of the things that I've noticed over my increasingly long life is that a presidential election is unique in several ways. First of all, it's the greatest job interview for the greatest job in the world. Secondly, the Constitution says we, the people, get to do the hiring. And the third thing is that every 4 years, we get to change the requirements for the job. So here's what I'm thinking, because I try to apply this in every election. Will this president take us backward or forward? Will this president give our kids a brighter future? Depends. Will this president bring us together or tear us apart? Will the president increase the peace, security, and stability and freedom that we enjoy and extend it to others as we can? We, the people, we have to make a decision about these kind of questions. And every 4 years, it's a little different because the people come at the candidates, and they say, as they're saying now, here are our problems, solve them. Here are our opportunities, seize them. Here are our fears, ease them. Here are our dreams, help them come true. A president can answer that call by saying, I'll do my part, but you have to help me. We have to work together. Or you can dodge what needs to be done by dividing, distracting, and diverting us. So in 2024, we got a pretty clear choice, it seems to me. Kamala Harris for the people, and the other guy who's proved even more than the first go-around that he's about me, myself, and I. I know which one I like better for our country. Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams. You know, when she was young, she worked at McDonald's. And she greeted every person with that 1,000-watt smile and said, how can I help you? Now she's at the pinnacle of power, and she's still asking, how can I help you? I'll be so happy when she actually enters the White House as president, because she will break my record as the president who spent the most time at McDonald's. Now, but we got an election to win. And remember, we've got a guy that's pretty good at what he does. Donald Trump has been a paragon of consistency. He's still dividing, he's still blaming, he's still belittling other people. He creates chaos, and then he sort of curates it. as if it were precious art. Let me say, not a single day goes by, even though I've been gone for well over 23 years from the White House, not a day goes by that I don't thank the Lord for the chance I had to serve and what it meant. And one of the reasons, thank you. Wait. One of the reasons I love the job so much is that in the toughest times, even on the darkest days, if you tried hard enough, there was always something good you could do for somebody else. Now, some days that's not easy to do. You've got to deal with all these emergencies, or there's something going on here, there, or yonder. But Kamala Harris is the only candidate in this race who has the vision, the experience, the temperament, the will, and yes, the sheer joy to get something done. I mean, look, what does her opponent do with his voice? He mostly talks about himself, right? So the next time you hear him, don't count the lies. Count the eyes. Count the eyes. His vendettas, his vengeance, his complaints, his conspiracies. He's like one of those tenors opening up before he walks out on stage, like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing me, 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 me. When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you, 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 you. So, we got to ask ourselves the questions if we're going to hire a president. Do you want to build a strong economy from the bottom up and the middle out? Or do you want to spend the next 4 years talking about crowd size? You're going to have a hard time believing this, but so help me, I triple-checked it. Since the end of the Cold War in 1989, America has created about 51 million new jobs. I swear I checked this 3 times. Even I couldn't believe it. What's the score? Democrats 50, Republicans 1. I'm glad that we've got a championship-winning coach on our team. But even the most limited of us in what we know about football or any other sport knows that if you're got 50 and the other side's got 1, you're ahead. What about affordable housing? It's a terrible problem in America now. We need more. And affordable health care. That's why the Democrats put a limit on monthly payments for insulin and a $2,000 a year out-of-pocket limit. And are trying to cover more drugs by bargaining for prices. We need more financing for small businesses. We need still to strengthen our alliances. I almost croaked in the first debate of this election season when President Trump said nobody respected America anymore like they did when he was president. Wait. And with a straight face. Look, you got to give him. He's a good actor. With a straight face, he cited as evidence of the respect that existed for us when he was there, the presidents of North Korea and Russia. I'd rather have the people who respect us now. And one of the things is when you send a signal to the other countries, you want them to know whether they agree with you or not, at least that you're on the level. Here's where you are and what you believe. What are they supposed to make to these endless tributes to the late, great Hannibal Lecter? I mean, President Obama once gave me the great honor of saying I was the explainer-in-chief. Folks, I've thought and thought about it, and I don't know what to say. Like Hakeem Jeffries, I too want an America that's more joyful, more inclusive, more future-focused. Just think what a burden it's been on us to get up day after day after day after day, buried in meaningless hot rhetoric, when there's so many opportunities out there, so many problems that need to be solved. I want that. And that's the America Kamala Harris will lead. And she's already made her first presidential decision, and she knocked it out of the park when she asked Governor Tim Walz to be her nominee for vice president. As they used to say when I was a young man growing up in Arkansas, you do not have to be all broke out with brilliance. You just look at Tim Walz, listen to him, follow his record as a teacher, as a coach, in the National Guard, as a congressman, where he was the only Democrat, save one, elected in that district in more than 100 years. And he stayed a long time. And then he became a great governor. And by all accounts, he was a crack shot who had the courage among his rural constituents to say, we do not need these assault weapons available to people who can kill our kids in school. So, armed with her first decision, Kamala Harris confronts an interesting dilemma. We're going to walk out of here feeling pretty good, I think. We've got energy, we are happy, we feel like a load's off our shoulders. And we know we're just being asked to fight the same fight that the forces of progress have had to fight for 250 years. In the face of stiff and often violent opposition, we have to find a way to go forward together, where we the people make our union more perfect. So that's a good thing. How could we possibly lose? Kamala Harris has fought for kids her whole life that were left out and left behind. She's taken on gangs trafficking across the border. She's fought to protect the rights of homeowners. She's been our leader in the fight for reproductive freedoms, and we know a majority of the American people are with us on that. And she's gained an invaluable amount of experience as vice president, advancing our values and interests around the world. She's already said she's going to work really hard to make sure that no American working full-time lives in poverty or has to worry about their children living in poverty. She says that we got to make home ownership an achievable dream for everyone, not just a privilege. She said that and this meant a lot to me, that she would protect everybody's right to vote, whether or not they voted for her. They were citizens and they deserve the right to vote. The other day, her opponent implied that as his people voted one more time, they'd be able to rig it from now on and they wouldn't have to vote again. You think they're kidding, but I know a lot of these folks, and most of them are really good people, but some of them think that they are bound to dominate America politically, economically, and socially, and they have to use politics to do it, and they should rig the system. I don't believe that. And so here's what I want to tell you. We've seen more than one election slip away from us when we thought it couldn't happen, when people got distracted by phony issues or overconfident. This is a brutal, tough business. I want you to be happy. One of the reasons that President-to-be Harris is doing so well is that we're all so happy. But you should never underestimate your adversary. And these people are really good at distracting us, at triggering doubt, at triggering buyer's remorse. As the Obama said so eloquently last night, they are human, you know. They're bound to make a mistake now and then. We got to be tough. And so, as somebody who spends a lot of time in small towns and rural areas in New York and Arkansas and other places, I urge you to talk to all your neighbors. I urge you to meet people where they are. I urge you not to demean them, but not to pretend you don't disagree with them if you do. Treat them with respect, just the way you'd like them to treat you. Ask for their help and then follow our leader, Kamala, and ask them, how can I help you? We Democrats right now have a lot of hay in the barn. We've got massive achievements, massive advances, but there's still a lot of slips between today and Election Day that we have to navigate. And so I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I have no idea how many more of these I'll be able to come to. I started in '76, and I've been to every one since. But no, 72. Lord, I'm getting old. But here's what I want you to know. If you vote for this team, if you can get them elected and let them bring in this breath of fresh air, you will be proud of it for the rest of your life. Your children will be proud of it. Your grandchildren will be proud of it. Take it from a man who once had the honor to be called in this convention the man from hope. We need Kamala Harris, the president of joy, to lead us. So, I'll be doing my part, you do yours. I'll see you when we're making a real joyful noise when the votes are counted. God bless you, and God bless America.
And there's that Fleetwood Mac song. Standing ovation at the entrance and at the end for Bill Clinton. Want to go straight to Tony DeCopel. Tony, I imagine people were listening very intently.
Nora, it was so quiet in this hall, unlike other moments we've heard. You could hear a pin drop, and if you're wondering, well, is that because people were bored or wrapped with attention? I'll tell you, it was wrapped with attention. When we tried to move and created a little bit of commotion to get in position to talk to you all, people were shushing us because of the sound of our shoes on the carpet. That's how much people wanted to hear this message. And by the way, I'll end on this note. We can see the prompter, which usually scrolls as speakers work through their remarks. Bill Clinton left that prompter behind at least 15 minutes ago and was just out there being Bill Clinton. And it connected with this audience.
He is known for that, but one of his signature lines in 2024, we have a clear choice. We the people versus me, myself, and I. That
emotional former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton watching this, an older generation of Democrats from President Biden to the Clinton family passing the torch to a new one.
Well, it's interesting when we talked about that he had torn up his speech earlier. He tore up his speech earlier because he wanted his speech to be more fun, more youthful, more joyful. We keep hearing this word joy a lot. Tim Walz started it the other day when he said, you know, Kamala brings the joy to the party. A lot of people are picking up on the joy theme, including Bill Clinton again. And he had a couple of digs towards Donald Trump, too.
He sure did.
The best possible speeches have a big architecture and then a very simple message. His almost comes down to two letters, the difference between I and you. And he started off by saying, don't you feel better to be a Democrat? He kept talking about you with Kamala Harris, and then me and I with Donald Trump. That's essentially what they argue the election comes down to.
Now let's listen to Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi.
Hello, California. January 20th, 2021, with the inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we established one of the most successful presidencies of modern times. And we quickly proved that Democrats deliver. Millions of jobs, stronger infrastructure and rural broadband, a Biden child tax credit, rescuing human pensions, honoring our veterans, bold climate action, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, all thanks to President Biden's patriotic vision of a fairer America, doing so with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Joe. And I know that Vice President Harris is ready to take us to new heights. I've known Kamala Harris for decades. Personally, I know her a person of deep faith, which is reflected in her community care and service. Officially, she is a leader of strength and wisdom and eloquence on policy, most recently demonstrated fighting for women's right to choose. Politically, she is astute and strategic in winning difficult elections, quickly securing the nomination with dignity and grace, and choosing Tim Walz as our vice president. I had the honor of serving with Tim for 12 years in the Congress. He united Democrats, Republicans, and independents to turn a red district blue. He showed courage when he came to Congress in voting for the Affordable Care Act, meeting the needs of his constituents despite Republicans' lies and misrepresentation. When he went home, won the election, he returned to Congress. He fought for our Americans' heroes as the Democratic leader of the Veterans Affairs Committee. Thank you, Tim. January 6th was a perilous moment for our democracy. Never before had a president of the United States so brazenly assaulted the bedrock of our democracy, so gleefully embraced political violence, so willfully betrayed his oath of office. Let us not forget who assaulted democracy on January 6th. He did. But let us not forget who saved democracy that day. We did. And thank God we had a Democratic House of Representatives then. We returned to the Capitol that very same night. We insisted on certifying the election results on the floors of the House and the Senate. And we demonstrated to America and to the world that American democracy prevailed. The parable of January 6th reminds us that our democracy is only as strong as the courage and commitment of those entrusted with its care. And we must choose leaders who believe in free and fair elections, who respect the peaceful transfer of power. The choice couldn't be clearer. Those leaders are Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. When the sun rose on January 7th, as our national anthem declares, we gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Now, in this election, we are called upon to do the same, to stand together, to reject autocracy, to choose democracy, and we will do so by electing a Democratic House with Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House. Electing a Democratic Senate, electing Tim Walz as Vice President of the United States, and electing Kamala Harris as the President of the United States. Onward to victory!
And there we just heard from Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi. Until this convention, probably the most powerful woman in politics today. Certainly maneuvering behind the scenes to make sure that the Democratic Party had the right nominee. Her fingerprints are not on anything, though. I'll tell you that.
No, because she said she didn't make any calls. It was interesting on the flight over. A woman stopped me on the plane, guys, and said, I don't know about Nancy Pelosi. I'm mad at her. I'm a stranger because she forced Joe Biden out. I go, no, that's not what happened. And she said, will you wait and see the reaction, the reception she gets tonight? She got a very warm and welcoming reception on the House floor, on this floor tonight.
When I was sitting with President Biden in the treaty room up at the residence a couple weeks ago, I said, well, what happened when you were in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware? The one name he mentioned in his answer?
Yeah, he name-checked her for sure.
Former Speaker Pelosi.
He's been in power for 50 years. He knows exactly what Nancy Pelosi was doing, and Nancy Pelosi's been in power her whole life, and she knew exactly what she was doing, and not leaving the fingerprints was a part of making the way and creating the conditions for the president to make his own decision. When she said, after he had said, I am running, it's over, and she said, well, it'll be time for him to make his decision. That was...
And they said, but Madam Speaker, he has made his decision. She says, well, we'll wait and see. But to my knowledge, they still haven't spoken, which I think speaks volumes, too.
No doubt. All right, coming up, we'll talk with Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and we'll hear from Oprah Winfrey and Governor Tim Walz. You're watching CBS News coverage of the Democratic National Convention.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here? What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response? What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. This week on CBS News 24/7, all-day coverage of the Democratic National Convention with special editions of America Decides and the Daily Report with John Dickerson, and followed by complete coverage from the CBS News political team live from Chicago. Stream all-day coverage this week here on CBS News 24/7.
Sunday morning, the TV show that changed everything, plus actor Jude Law and second gentleman Doug Emhoff. Listen for the trumpet.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. Why aren't you holding yourself to that standard? It doesn't look like Congress is doing anything. What has to happen? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
Well, I have their attention, clearly, and they've gotten yours.
You'll be surprised at what the U.S. Commerce Secretary is responsible for.
We allowed manufacturing in this country to wither on the vine.
Gina Raimondo on 60 Minutes.
This was the day that I was sworn in.
Are you confident that there will be a peaceful transfer of power?
President Biden's first interview since his historic announcement on CBS Sunday Morning.
Amid the chaos on Capitol Hill, this Democratic leader has been able to reach across the aisle to avert crisis and get some things done.
We were sent by the American people to solve problems.
Hakeem Jeffries explains how.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Joining me now is Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. She was a rumored vice presidential contender for Harris, and the Wolverine State is one of the 3 states known as the blue wall, key for the Democrats winning the presidency. We're going to hear from Governor Tim Walz. Many people don't know him that well. You do.
I do. I love Tim Walz. He's just a really good human being who works hard, delivers for people, understands the real lived experience most Americans are going through, and I think he's just such an asset to the ticket.
As we mentioned, Michigan, you're going to see both the Democratic and Republican ticket in your state often. In fact, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance were there yesterday, and Donald Trump had something to say. He said, "You can't walk across our street to get a loaf of bread. You get shot, you get mugged, you get raped, you get whatever it may be."
You know, the picture that Donald Trump paints of the world is not, number one, not accurate. Number two, I think it shows how out of touch he really is. What you're seeing here in contrast is an economic opportunity, a focus on making people's lives better, solving problems. All we've gotten from the other side is how do we capitalize on problems and help ourselves. That's the antithesis of what we're seeing here.
But you know, Governor, so many people believe what he says. And so I remember we talked to you at the end of July, and Kamala Harris was trailing in your state. Now it's basically a tie. What does she need to do to make sure that she continues to advance?
Well, I think it's really important that she is laying out her economic agenda for people. This is about how do we help more Americans keep money in their pockets? How do we help more Americans break down the barriers that keep them from the skills they need to get into high-paying jobs? I think that's the fundamentals for so many of us in Michigan and across the country, and that's what she's focused on.
I guess a better question is, do you think she needs to target a certain section of voters?
I think, you know, everyone matters, and I think that's the most important message coming out here. You see diversity, you see joy, you see happy warriors, and that's who we are. Her focus is making every American's life better. It's about making sure that our kids are educated when they go to our schools, ensuring that when you drive, you're safe on the roads and bridges. That's where the rubber meets the road for most Americans, and that's what we're going to stay focused on.
Governor, you were yourself targeted by people who chose to or would like to have used violence instead of the ballot box. What's your level of concern about those forces and the outcome of this next election, and also efforts to challenge what happens at the ballot box and its legitimacy?
Well, when Donald Trump sows all of these falsehoods and people buy into them, it creates a very dangerous environment. I've seen it firsthand when I was his target and the plots against me and all the hate that I've gotten, and yet I know you can't back down to a bully. He is, I think, already trying to lay the groundwork to question the outcome of the upcoming election in the event he doesn't win. I don't think he's going to win, and he's trying to make sure that he has a case to be made after that to try to hold on to or gain some power. We're building out easier for people to vote, making sure that it's safe, making sure people are held accountable if you threaten an election worker in Michigan. But also, I'm grateful that I've got an Attorney General and Secretary of State who are going to uphold the law, and we're going to make sure every vote is counted in Michigan.
Michigan has one of the highest populations of Arab Americans in the country. There's a lot of concern in your state about the war in Gaza. We learned today that Vice President Harris and President Biden were on the phone with the Israeli Prime Minister today, working on a ceasefire. How do you see that issue in your state? Because many say they won't vote for the Democratic ticket because of this issue.
I think with a Harris-Walz ticket, we're seeing more people start to come over and get interested and ask, how can we help? How can we make sure that this is a ticket that sees us, that understands the pain that we are feeling, and is absolutely committed to bringing a cessation of the violence, returning hostages, and rebuilding the region. There are so many Michiganders who are 1 degree from someone who's lost their life in Gaza, or as one of the Israelis who were killed in the October 7th attack. A lot of pain, but leaders who care, who see everyone, and who are going to fight to make sure that the violence stops and that we rebuild and the hostages are returned, I think are earning the support of this community that's so very important. And we've got more work to do, but I feel like we're making progress.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer, as always, good to talk to you. And I know you're speaking tomorrow night.
I am. I'm looking forward to it.
Is your speech ready, Governor?
Of course it is, Gail. But it keeps getting edited down because they go over every night. So
we haven't noticed.
I'll try to keep it on track tomorrow.
I think you should do it, whatever you need to do.
So nice to see you. Let's go now to the convention floor and check in with Ed O'Keefe. Hi there, Ed.
Nora, we are here in the Pennsylvania delegation waiting for Governor Shapiro. I was trying to get the attention of Mayor Sherelle Parker here. Let me see if I can do it. Madam Mayor? Yes. Ed O'Keefe with CBS News. We're live covering the convention right now. Yes, indeed. You're waiting for your governor to come up here next. 1 second. Right now, we're paying close attention. Let's watch. Okay. I just got the... This doesn't happen often, Nora. We got to pass.
No.
But we are...
Right.
Go ahead.
No, I understand, Ed, because you have many of the delegates who are wrapped over what they're seeing, these videos that they're playing, as well as listening to many of the speakers down there. And we are expecting to hear from the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, shortly. He was on the short list. I mean, he was on the real short list, meaning at the end with Governor Walz, someone who is young, the age of 50, a former prosecutor, just like Kamala Harris. And if you've listened to Governor Shapiro, boy, he delivers one indictment of Donald Trump, which is why many, I think, are expecting him to deliver quite a speech tonight.
Well, he is a fantastic speaker. It's interesting that the first time they made an appearance, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz was in the state of Pennsylvania, and Governor Shapiro introduced them, and he came out and he knocked it out of the park. People say, oh, he sounds a lot like President Obama. I think he has a very distinct speaking style, too, but I also think he's a fantastic speaker, and he knows how to energize the crowd. I'm very curious to see what he does this evening.
Want to check in with Nancy Cordes, who's down on the floor as well. Nancy.
Nora, Josh Shapiro gave a riveting 20-minute speech on the night that Kamala Harris kicked off her partnership with Tim Walz in Philadelphia, in the state of Pennsylvania. He may have even gotten a louder cheer, frankly, than Harris and Walz, and the cheers for them were pretty loud in a packed arena in downtown Philadelphia. He was on the short list. He was one of the final 3. He had some misgivings about leaving his state so soon after he had become governor of the state, and ultimately Kamala Harris made a different choice. But they've made it pretty clear that there are no hard feelings. He's been out there campaigning for her in a very full-throated way, and I think that's probably what you're going to hear from him tonight as well. He does have a similar background. As you said, they were both state attorney generals. They've known each other for years, and he's worked very closely with Tim Walz as well. He's the governor of Pennsylvania. Walz is the governor of Minnesota. So he's got a lot of personal experience with both of these individuals.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. And we are waiting a number of headline speeches coming up, including from Amanda Gorman, the poet who made history at Joe Biden's inauguration. And then after her, too, we will hear from Oprah Winfrey. And Gail, we don't normally hear Oprah speak a lot in terms of political rallies. Last time she did it was with Barack Obama.
Barack Obama, and she stayed out of she deliberately has stayed out of politics and intended, to be honest with you, to stay out of this particular race. But I think once Kamala Harris was at the top of the ticket, I think she decided that there's something I want to say, I want to get involved here, and that's why she is here tonight. But I think it was I don't want to say it was a difficult decision, but it wasn't something that she says, put me in, coach. But when she was asked, she knew she could not say no.
Well, this is a history-making convention.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Exactly
Not only
right.
could it lead to the first woman president, but the first black woman president, a woman of South Asian heritage as well.
Yeah, and we were all very mindful of that. But, you know, when I hear people say, you know, I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris because she's a black woman, she is so much more than that. She is so uniquely qualified to be president of this country. And I don't think anybody should vote for anybody because of their race, the color of their skin, or their gender.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you vote for people who have the values that are in line with yours.
And their qualifications.
And their qualifications.
Let's listen now to Senator Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada.
Before I was senator, I was Nevada's Attorney General. And that's when I met Kamala Harris, my colleague in California. Now, we bonded over many things. And working together, I quickly learned what kind of person she is. She is a strong leader. Here's how I know. As AGs, we took on the big banks after the foreclosure crisis. And let me tell you, Kamala did not settle for less than homeowners deserved. Her leadership helped win billions for working families nationwide. Delivering for families, that's Kamala Harris. Kamala and I also worked to protect our southern border. During that time, Kamala invited a group of AGs across the border to meet with Mexican officials. Now, we worked together to put transnational criminals and drug smugglers behind bars. Holding criminals accountable, that's Kamala Harris. Listen, and when we took on human traffickers, Kamala had us meet with survivors so that we could understand who we were fighting for. Standing up for justice, that's Kamala Harris. So trust me when I say I know she will fight for our families and our freedoms. Now, we must fight for her. Every vote matters. I know, in 2016, Nevadans elected me, the granddaughter of a baker from Mexico, to serve as the first Latina in the United States Senate. I'll tell you what. And in 2022, my re-election came down to 7,928 votes. Because of voters in Nevada, the Democrats won the Senate majority. And I'm here to tell you, we can do it again. We can send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. Are we ready to do it? Are we ready to fight? Let's get it done, Chicago. Thank you, everyone.
Please welcome Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
Thank you. 2.5 centuries ago in Philadelphia, a band of patriots declared their independence from a king and set ourselves on a path of self-determination. Generation after generation has embraced that responsibility. Ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice. And in every chapter of our American story, we've made progress and advanced the cause of freedom. Today, Well, today we find ourselves writing that next chapter. Will we be a nation defined by chaos and extremism? Or will we choose a path of decency, honor, and continued progress? Kamala Harris, well, she has spent her entire career making progress. Donald Trump, a man with no guardrails, wants to take away our rights and our freedoms. And listen, while he cloaks himself in the blanket of freedom, what he's offering isn't freedom at all. Because hear me on this, it's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read. No, it's not. And it's not freedom to tell women what they can do with their bodies. And hear me on this, it sure as hell isn't freedom to say you can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom. But you know what? You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom. That's right. The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future. Real freedom that comes when we invest in the police and in the community so that child can walk to and from school and get home safely to her mama. Real freedom that comes when she can join a union, marry who she loves, start a family on her own terms, breathe clean air, drink pure water, worship how she wants, and live a life of purpose where she is respected for who she is. Real freedom that comes when she can look at Madam President and know that this is a nation where anything and everything is possible. That is real freedom, and that is what we are fighting for. You know, Kamala and Tim's names may be on the ballot, but it's your rights. It's our rights. It's our future and freedoms that are on the line. And you have the power to shape the future of this country. Just like our ancestors who fought for freedom on the battlefield and sat in at lunch counters so our kids could stand up. Now it's on us. It's on us, my friends, to organize in our communities and on our For You pages around three basic American principles. We value our freedom, we cherish our democracy, and we love this country. And listen, we love this country. And listen, despite our challenges, hear me on this, I want you to know I have never been more hopeful because I see in all of you the enduring promise of America. E pluribus unum, out of many one. It's not merely a motto from the past, it's our direction for the future. You see, you all give me hope, and you all have the power. So let's use that power. Let's do the hard work necessary to win this election and write the next chapter in our American story. So are you ready to protect our rights? Are you ready to secure our freedoms? And are you ready to defend our democracy? And are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? America, let's get to work.
Please welcome author, activist, and youngest presidential inaugural poet in American history, Amanda Gorman.
We gather at this hallowed place because we believe in the American dream. We face a race that tests if this country we cherish shall perish from the earth, and if our earth shall perish from this country. It falls to us to ensure that we do not fall, for a people that cannot stand together cannot stand at all. We are one family, regardless of religion, class, or color. For what defines a patriot is not just our love of liberty, but our love for one another. This is loud in our country's call because while we all love freedom, it is love that frees us all. Empathy emancipates, making us greater than hate or vanity. That is the American promise, powerful and pure. Divided, we cannot endure, but united, we can endeavor to humanize our democracy and endear democracy to humanity. And make no mistake, cohering is the hardest task history ever wrote. But tomorrow is not written by our odds of hardship, but by the audacity of our hope, by the vitality of our vote. Only now, approaching this rare air, are we aware that perhaps the American dream is no dream at all, but instead a dare to dream together. Like a million roots tethered, branching up humbly, making one tree. This is our country from many, won from battles won, our freedoms sung, our kingdom come has just begun. We redeem this sacred scene, ready for our journey from it. Together, we must birth this early republic and achieve an unearthly summit. Let us not just believe in the American dream, let us be worthy of it. Thank you.
Amanda Gorman, 26 years old, who first made history at Joe Biden's inauguration. She told Vanity Fair the title of this poem, The Sacred Scene. Empathy emancipates.
and she never, ever, ever disappoints. I mean, sometimes she speaks, I can literally feel the hair stand up on the back of my neck because the way she puts the words together and her phrasing and her delivery. You know, she had a stutter. She stuttered as a little kid, and so she turned to poetry as a way to get rid of that. You would never know that she had a speech impediment the way she speaks so eloquently now. And she's so young. We first met her at CBS when she was 18.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like we've seen her grow up right in front of us. This is the opening tape leading into Oprah, I think.
Go where you want to go.
Living your life day to day.
Amanda Gorman said she intends to run for president in 2036. So remember these poems and these appearances and her books and as she travels the country. We're going to take a quick break.
I don't think we should take a break. This is a tape that leads right to Oprah. I don't think we should take a break.
I'm being told by the control room. I'm sorry. I'm being told by the control room. Coming up, Oprah Winfrey, Maryland Governor Wes Moore, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, and John Legend. We'll be right back.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here? What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense? What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This week on CBS News 24/7, all-day coverage of the Democratic National Convention with special editions of America Decides and the Daily Report with John Dickerson, and followed by complete coverage from the CBS News political team live from Chicago. Stream all-day coverage this week here on CBS News 24/7.
Sunday morning, the TV show that changed everything, plus actor Jude Law and second gentleman Doug Emhoff. Listen for the trumpet.
Well, I have their attention, clearly, and
they've gotten yours.
You'll be surprised at what the U.S. Commerce Secretary is responsible for.
We allowed manufacturing in this country to wither on the vine.
Gina Raimondo on 60 Minutes.
This was the day that I was sworn in.
Are you confident that there will be a peaceful transfer of power?
President Biden's first interview since his historic announcement on CBS Sunday Morning.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the Democratic National Convention as we await remarks by Oprah Winfrey. Let's check in with CBS Morning's co-host, Tony DeCopel. Tony?
By the dozen down here on the floor from the first night to now, something traditionally associated with Republican candidates, at least in recent times. But I've got someone to explain the counter trend here. This is Sheila Jones. She's a state representative from Georgia, a battleground. And as you can see, she is done up in red, white, and blue. Sheila, tell me what this means to you, the American flag, and your clothes tonight.
Well, I wanted to make sure that I wore some red each night, and so my attire tonight may have a flag on it or some stars and stripes on it.
Sheila, there's a flag on the screen behind you, by the way, and I don't want to step on this next guest because I understand it may be a big one. So I'll send it back to you all in the studio. Sheila, thank you.
And you just heard the crowd gasp as they heard that Oprah Winfrey was coming to the podium.
Good evening, everybody! Who says you can't go home again? After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it? Some epic fire. We're now so fired up, we can't wait to leave here and do something. And what we're going to do is elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. I am so honored to have been asked to speak on tonight's theme about what matters most to me, to you, and all of us Americans: freedom. There are people who want you to see our country as a nation of us against them, people who want to scare you, who want to rule you, people who'd have you believe that books are dangerous and assault rifles are safe, that there's a right way to worship and a wrong way to love, people who seek first to divide and then to conquer. But here's the thing. When we stand together, it is impossible to conquer us. In the words of an extraordinary American, the late Congressman John Lewis, he said, no matter what ship our ancestors arrived on, we are all in the same boat now. Congressman Lewis knew very well how far this country has come because he was one of the brilliant Americans who helped to get us where we are. But he also knew that the work is not done. The work will never be done because freedom isn't free. America is an ongoing project. It requires commitment. It requires being open to the hard work and the heart work of democracy. And every now and then, it requires standing up to life's bullies. I know this. I've lived in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Wisconsin, Maryland, Indiana, Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, California, and sweet home Chicago, Illinois. Have actually traveled this country from the redwood forests, love those redwoods, to the Gulf Stream waters. I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality and division. I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it. But more often than not, what I've witnessed and experienced are human beings, both conservative and liberal, who may not agree with each other, but who'd still help you in a heartbeat if you were in trouble. These are the people who make me proud to say that I am an American. They are the best of America. And despite what some would have you think, we are not so different from our neighbors. When a house is on fire, we don't ask about the homeowner's race or religion. We don't wonder who their partner is or how they voted. No. We just try to do the best we can to save them. And if the place happens to belong to a childless cat lady, well, we try to get that cat out too. Because we are a country of people who work hard for the money. We wish our brothers and sisters well, and we pray for peace. We know all the old tricks and tropes that are designed to distract us from what actually matters, but we are beyond ridiculous tweets and lies and foolery. These are complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation. And I welcome those conversations because civilized debate is vital to democracy, and it is the best of America. Now, over the last couple of nights, we have all seen brave people walk onto this stage and share their most private pain. Amanda and Josh, Caitlin, Hadley, they told us their stories of rape and incest and near-death experiences from having the state deny them the abortion that their doctor explained was medically necessary. And they've told us these things for one reason, and that is to keep what happened to them from happening to anybody else. Because if you do not have autonomy over this, if you cannot control when and how you choose to bring your children into this world and how they are raised and supported, there is no American dream. The women and men who are battling to keep us from going back to a time of desperation and shame and stone cold fear, they are the new freedom fighters. And make no mistake, they are the best of America. I want to talk now about somebody who's not with us tonight. Tessie Prevost Williams was born in New Orleans not long after the Supreme Court ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. That was in 1954, same year I was born. But I didn't have to head to first grade at the all-white McDonough 19 school with a U.S. Marshal by my side like Tessie did. And when I got to school, the building wasn't empty like it was for Tessie. You see, rather than allowing McDonough to be integrated, parents pulled their kids out of the school, leaving only Tessie and two other little black girls, Gail Etienne and Leona Tate, to sit in a classroom with the windows papered over to block snipers from attacking their 6-year-old bodies. Tessie passed away 6 weeks ago. And I tell this story to honor her tonight because she like Ruby Bridges and her friends, Leona and Gail, the New Orleans Four they were called. They broke barriers and they paid dearly for it. But it was the grace and guts and courage of women like Tessie Prevost Williams that paved the way for another young girl who 9 years later became part of the second class to integrate the public schools in Berkeley, California. And it seems to me that at school and at home, Somebody did a beautiful job of showing this young girl how to challenge the people at the top and empower the people at the bottom. They showed her how to look at the world and see not just what is, but what can be. They instilled in her a passion for justice and freedom and the glorious fighting spirit necessary to pursue that passion. And soon, and very soon, very soon, we're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two idealistic, energetic immigrants, how this child grew up to become the 47th president of the United States. You know, let me tell you this. This election isn't about us and them. It's about you and me and what we want our futures to look like. There are choices to be made when we cast our ballot. Now, there's a certain candidate that says if we just go to the polls this one time, that we'll never have to do it again. Well, you know what? You're looking at a registered independent who's proud to vote again and again and again because I'm an American and that's what Americans do. Voting is the best of America. And I have always, since I was eligible to vote, I've always voted my values. And that is what is needed in this election now more than ever. So I'm calling on all you independents and all you undecideds. You know this is true. You know I'm telling you the truth, that values and character matter most of all. In leadership and in life. And more than anything, you know this is true, that decency and respect are on the ballot in 2024. And just plain common sense. Common sense tells you that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can give us decency and respect. They're the ones that give it to us. So, we are Americans. We are Americans. Let us choose loyalty to the Constitution over loyalty to any individual. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose optimism over cynicism, because that's the best of America. And let us choose inclusion over retribution. Let us choose common sense over nonsense. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose the sweet promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. We won't go back. We won't be set back, pushed back, bullied back, kicked back. We're not going back. Not going back. We're not going back. So, let us choose. Let us choose truth. Let us choose honor. And let us choose joy. Because that's the best of America. But more than anything else, let us choose freedom. Why? Because that's the best of America. We're all Americans, and together, let's all choose Kamala Harris. Thank you, Chicago. Thank you, America.
There is only one, as you say, Gail. There is only one.
Wouldn't you say that that was uniquely Oprah? Wouldn't you say that?
It was, absolutely, and arousing in terms of challenging people to choose freedom, as she said, to choose common sense over nonsense.
That might be one of my favorite lines. And I also like the childless cat ladies, because she also said, we would go back and get the cat too. I get the point that she was making there. I mean, she has been very troubled by how polarized and how divided we are. And I think what she really wanted to do was ask people to really think and what's at stake here. Integrity, your values, your character, all of that really matters.
I don't know, Gail. 6 years ago, Oprah gave this rousing speech at the Golden Globes, and I called you up and I said people are asking her to run for president. There's always been talk about her.
Still no.
I also thought it was important that she's
right now and go back home.
I thought it was interesting that she made the point that she's a registered independent.
Yes.
You know, and that values and character matter most of all. This was also an appeal. This was not an appeal to the Democratic base. This was an appeal to all those, in some ways it was, but also to these independent voters whom perhaps have not decided or may be uncomfortable.
You know, and it's interesting, when she was writing the speech, at first she had registered independent, which she is, and that she has voted for people from both parties, but she thought, I don't want to say that at the Democratic convention. I don't want to say that.
Also bringing in the history of Tessie Provost Williams.
I didn't know that story. Did you, John? I'd never heard of her before.
I mean,
I'd never heard of her before.
That's where, that's a very serious message about America's past,
and drawing that connection to Kamala Harris integrating schools in Berkeley. Now we've got Governor Wes Moore of Maryland. Let's listen in.
Of 3 football fields slammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, and the bridge collapsed. A port that drives 13% of our state's economy was now closed. Thousands of workers were hours away from waking up and realizing they no longer had a job. 6 Marylanders who had been on the bridge in the middle of the night fixing potholes lost their lives. And one of the first phone calls that I got that morning started with these 3 words. Gov, it's Kamala. She said, I know you spoke to the president, and I want you to know we are here with you every step of the way. Now, I joined the Army when I was 17. In fact, I was too young to sign the paperwork. I had to ask my mom to sign the paperwork for me because I don't have bone spurs. I led soldiers in combat in Afghanistan. And my training taught me that you never learn anything about anybody when times are easy. You learn everything you need to know about somebody when times are hard and when the temperature gets turned up. And America, I saw that Kamala Harris is the right one to lead in this moment firsthand. And united with the Almighty God's grace, We brought closure to the families of the 6 victims. And while many said it could take 11 months to reopen the port of Baltimore, we got it done in 11 weeks. Because that is the story of America. We are a nation of patriots who serve when the mission is hard and who serve when the destination is uncertain. And I know our history is imperfect. The unevenness of the American journey has made some skeptical. But I'm not asking you to give up your skepticism. I just want that skepticism to be your companion and not your captor. And I'm asking that you join us in the work. Because making America great doesn't mean telling people you're not wanted. And loving your country does not mean lying about its history. Making America great means saying the ambitions of this country would be incomplete without your help. It's the legacy of those 6 workers who fixed potholes on a bridge while we slept, who were born in a different country, but who knew that America was big enough for them too. It's the journey. It's the journey of a man raised by a remarkable immigrant single mom, a man who felt handcuffs on his wrist at 11 years old, who now stands before you as the 63rd governor of Maryland and the first black governor in the history of our state. It's the story of a prosecutor who defended our freedoms and had Maryland's back when we needed it most. And now, MVP, we've got your back as well. That's right. It's my fellow veteran, my brother, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. And now, Tim knows that in the military, you count the days towards mission completion. So guess what, y'all? We have got 75 days and a wake-up until Election Day. 75 days in a wake-up for us to prove what Americans can do when the pressure is on. 75 days and a wake-up for us to show that true patriots do not whine and complain. We put our heads down and we get to work. 75 days and a wake-up to build a future that those who came before us hope for, and those who come after us that they deserve. And 75 days and a wake-up to elect a leader who is willing to believe in the best of us, and that leader is Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States. Thank you, God bless you, and let's leave no one behind.
Please welcome former South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg.
Chicago. Here's a sentence I never thought I'd hear myself saying. I'm Pete Buttigieg, and you might recognize me from Fox News. I believe in going anywhere, in service of a good cause, and friends, we gather in a very good cause, electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the next President and Vice President of the United States. The choice could not be clearer. Donald Trump rants about law and order, as if he wasn't a convicted criminal running against a prosecutor. As if we were going to forget that crime was higher on his watch. Talks about the forgotten man, hoping we'll forget that the only economic promise that he actually kept was to cut taxes for the rich. And don't even get me started on his new running mate. At least Mike Pence was polite. J.D. Vance is one of those guys who thinks if you don't live the life that he has in mind for you, then you don't count. Someone who said that if you don't have kids, you have, quote, no physical commitment to the future of this country. You know, Senator, when I deployed to Afghanistan, I didn't have kids then. Many of the men and women who went outside the wire with me didn't have kids either. But let me tell you, our commitment to the future of this country was pretty damn physical. Choosing a guy like J.D. Vance to be America's next vice president sends a message. And the message is that they are doubling down on negativity and grievance. Committing to a concept of campaigning best summed up in one word: darkness. Darkness is what they are selling. The thing is, I just don't believe that America today is in the market for darkness. I believe America is ready for a better kind of politics. Yes, politics at its worst can be ugly, crushing, demeaning, but it doesn't have to be. At its best, politics can be empowering, uplifting. It can even be a kind of soulcraft. My faith teaches me that the world isn't made up of good people and bad people, but rather that each of us is capable of good and bad things. And I believe leaders matter because of what they bring out in each of us, the good or the bad. Right now, the other side is appealing to what is smallest within you. They're telling you that greatness comes from going back to the past. They're telling you that anyone different from you is a threat. They're telling you that your neighbor or nephew or daughter who disagrees with you politically isn't just wrong, but is now the enemy. I believe in a better politics, one that finds us at our most decent and open and brave. The kind of politics that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are offering. And as you have felt these many days, that kind of politics also just feels better to be part of. There is joy in it, as well as power. And if all of that sounds naive, let me insist that I have come to this view not by way of idealism, but by way of experience. Not just the experience of my unlikely career. Someone like me serving in Indiana, serving in Washington, serving in uniform. I'm thinking of something much more basic. I'm thinking of dinner time at our house in Michigan. When the dog is barking and the air fryer is beeping and the mac and cheese is boiling over, And it feels like all the political negotiating experience in the world is not enough for me to get our 3-year-old son and our 3-year-old daughter to just wash their hands and sit at the table. It's the part of our day when politics seems the most distant. And yet the makeup of our kitchen table, the existence of my family, is just one example of something that was literally impossible as recently as 25 years ago, when an anxious teenager growing up in Indiana wondered if he would ever find belonging in this world. This kind of life went from impossible to possible, from possible to real, from real to almost ordinary in less than half a lifetime. But that didn't just happen. It was brought about through idealism and courage, through organizing and persuasion and storytelling, and yes, through politics, the right kind of politics, the kind of politics that can make an impossible dream into an everyday reality. I don't presume to know what it's like in your kitchen, but I know, as sure as I am standing here, that everything in it, the bills you pay at that table, the shape of the family that sits there, the fears and the dreams that you talk about late into the night there, all of it compels us to demand more from our politics than a rerun of some TV wrestling death match. So this November, we get to choose. We get to choose our president. We get to choose our policies, but most of all, we will choose a better politics. A politics that calls us to our better selves and offers us a better everyday. That is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represents. That is what Democrats represent. That is what awaits us when America decides to end Trump's politics of darkness once and for all. That is what we choose when we embrace the leaders who are out there building bridges and reject the ones who are out there banning books. This is what we will work for every day to November and beyond. So let's go win this. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you.
And Mayor Pete, who is now serving as the Secretary of Transportation and lives in Michigan, was trolling J.D. Vance, saying, well, at least Mike Pence was polite. Let's check back in with Ed O'Keefe, who's on the convention floor. Ed, good evening.
Nora, you know, we've heard now from a handful of men who would like to one day run for president, but it strikes people here on the floor, and this reporter at least, in the last 2 nights now, we've heard from 2 women who not only are Chicago natives and have ties to this party and to this city, but 2 of the most admired, best-known women in the world who have essentially put their capital on the line to speak out on behalf of Kamala Harris and say, look, if you're somebody who's thinking about this still and is uncomfortable about it, listen to me. You've trusted me in various ways. You've watched me. You've read my books. You've bought my products or products I've endorsed. Here now is another product I'm endorsing, and essentially saying it's okay to vote for this woman. Also, by the way, it's 2 of the most admired women in the world, and they happen to be black. Well, Kamala Harris also, a popular woman in politics who happens to be black. And the point they're trying to say to those maybe at home, as Oprah did tonight, it's okay to do this. The other thing we've heard, Bill Clinton reminded us tonight he was the boy from hope. The Obamas last night reminded us they were the change candidates. Democrats this week really eager to say that Kamala Harris is the candidate of joy. Nora?
Ed O'Keefe on the convention floor. And one thing that Kamala Harris has done as she joined the ticket is grow that gender gap. Let's listen in now, this tribute.
At least God pray. You see it all apart. We're all gonna die. And what if we do? Oh, what's it all for? You better live now before the grim reaper comes knocking on your door. We gonna let the elevator break us down. Let's go crazy. Let's go nuts. Let's go for the purple banana till they put us in the truck. Let's go! Come on, baby. I need everybody to get nuts with me. Come on. Are we on here? Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, we gonna let the elevator bring us down. Let's go. Put your hands together. Go crazy. Now everything be alright. Make everything go wrong. Kill them, will them, that but still will kill. Hey, tough children. He's coming. He's coming. He's coming. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let's go. Yeah. Sheila E, everybody.
Sheila E. John Legend in honor of Prince from Minnesota. Well, we're going to shortly hear from the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, Kamala Harris's running mate. You're watching CBS News coverage of the Democratic National Convention.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This week on CBS News 24/7, all-day coverage of the Democratic National Convention with special editions of America Decides and the Daily Report with John Dickerson, and followed by complete coverage from the CBS News political team live from Chicago. Stream all-day coverage this week here on CBS News 24/7.
Amid the chaos on Capitol Hill, this Democratic leader has been able to reach across the aisle to avert crisis and get some things done.
We were sent by the American people to solve problems.
Hakeem Jeffries explains how.
Sunday morning, the TV show that changed everything, plus actor Jude Law and second gentleman Doug Emhoff. Listen for the trumpet.
I
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. Why aren't you holding yourself to that standard? It doesn't look like Congress is doing anything. What has to happen? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand, and that means a civil conversation with perspective.
Well, I have their attention, clearly, and they've gotten yours.
You'll be surprised at what the U.S. Commerce Secretary is responsible for.
We allowed manufacturing in this country to wither on the vine.
Gina Raimondo on 60 Minutes.
This was the day that I was sworn in.
Are you confident that there will be a peaceful transfer of power?
President Biden's first interview since his historic announcement on CBS Sunday Morning.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Already a big night where we have heard from senators, governors, Oprah Winfrey, and we will soon hear from the Democrats' vice presidential nominee, Governor Tim Walz. On stage now is Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar talking about his qualifications. And Robert, you've covered Tim Walz. He is known as someone who has a folksy demeanor, the coach who is the social studies teacher, but he can also deliver a really sharp blow in terms of a political attack, and that's what a vice president does, is sometimes an attack dog.
That's exactly right. I'm really looking forward to see what he has to say. I started covering him when he was in the House of Representatives, this veteran coming into Congress. Nobody knew who he is. Now everybody's going to know who he is. What's he going to say? How is he going to balance those attacks, that energy, with introducing his own story? Being a teacher, serving in the military. The country doesn't know him. Reporters know him. The country doesn't.
What I'm curious to see also, Bob, is not what he's going to say, but also how he's going to say it. You know, every time you see Tim Walz, they say America's dad. There's great memes about him because everybody feels they have a Tim Walz type in their family. And that's meant as a compliment. He's just somebody you can talk to. He has that folksy delivery. He seems very amenable to just about anything, and also seems like a lot of fun. So I'm curious to see how he delivers his message and the story he tells about himself tonight.
The story, when I've been talking about voters about him, everybody comes back to the teacher piece, which is, who's thinking about you? Your teacher, the one who stops you in the hallway, makes sure you're okay. People know the role that the teacher plays in their community. And, for a candidacy that is new and fresh, and, Vice President Harris is not, a nationally known figure. Tim Walz is not just defining himself, but he's also defining a ticket. He's defining and embodying a set of values that ticket is trying to sell. And so how he talks about his time as a teacher, I think, is not just about Tim Walz. It's about what they've been trying to convey all night, and that Bill Clinton was talking about in his speech. A candidacy that cares about you, which is what campaigns are basically about.
And on that point about the teacher, who is in many ways a lifeline for a student, here's one of his students, Ben Ingman.
To push you out of a snowbank. I know this because Tim Walz has pushed me out of a snowbank. I grew up next door to the Walzes in Mankato. Mr. Walz was also my geography teacher and my coach. Not for high school football, but for 7th grade basketball and track. So what was a high school football coach doing, coaching 7th grade basketball and track? Well, there was a kid in the high school who couldn't afford to pay for lunch, and he ran up a lot of debt. And Tim and Gwen decided they'd help pay it off. They started calling around the district to see if there were any positions they could fill to make a little extra money, and that's how he wound up coaching us 7th graders. That's right. Coach Walz got us excited about what we might achieve together. He believed in us, and he helped us believe in each other. And his leadership stuck. That track team went on to win a state title, just like the football team. That's right. Speaking of which, come on out, Scarlets. Yeah! You know, all this got me thinking about the kinds of leaders we need. We want the people in charge to be genuine, compassionate, and trustworthy. The thing is, there are people in our neighborhoods who fit this description. The kind of people who display quiet leadership by helping kids pay for their lunches, by bringing teams together to believe in each other. And when we're stuck in the snow, they push us out. Well, in my neighborhood, we always wish that people like that would run for office. Well, in my neighborhood, someone like that did run for office. And he's going to be a wonderful vice president. Thanks very much.
There you see some of the governor's former students there and players that he coached. Came out to give him a tribute. Now, I want to tell you that minutes ago, our own Tony DeCopel caught up with Oprah backstage right after her speech. Let's listen.
Your capital with the public is enormous. Trusted, respected. Are you risking anything at all entering the political arena to endorse Kamala Harris? And I think the answer people understand in this time and place is yes. So why was it so important to risk that reputation, all of that trust, all of that capital for this moment?
Because I really care about this country. And there couldn't have been a life like mine, a career like mine, a success like mine without a country like America. Only in America could there be a me. And I feel that a lot of things are on the line, a lot of things are at stake. And if ever you're going to stand up and fight for your country and fight for freedoms that, you know, I don't need the right to abortion, but I believe that the right to control your body and be able to control what happens to you, particularly as a woman person in this country, is essential. It's fundamental. And all of the freedoms that I have enjoyed, the successes that I have enjoyed, I feel that they're on the line and at stake in this moment. And I think there's the bottom line for me is that decency and respect are on the ballot. And that's why I was willing to do it. And let me just tell you, the big risk was when I don't have anything to lose now. I don't have a show. I don't have. It's not. What is it going to cost me other than knowing that I had to do whatever I could to speak up?
Finally, last question, because I know you have to go. I will never forget seeing you at the Golden Globes, telling the story of being a little girl and seeing Sidney Poitier win an award and what it meant to you.
Yeah.
You couldn't describe it then. You just said the feeling was amen.
Yes.
What will it be? What will it mean to you to see Kamala Harris take the oath of office as the first female president of the United States?
You know, everybody uses the phrase all the time that, you know, means anything is possible. It will mean that the glass ceiling has been shattered, that the ceiling on any potential for anybody has been disrupted. There will be weeping in the streets, and I will be among those weeping in the streets, okay? Women all over the world will be weeping in the streets. It will mean that actually anything is possible, because this is her mother, her father, to immigrants coming to the United States of America. Only in America could Kamala Harris's story be possible. And I'm here because only in America could my story be possible.
Oprah, thank you very much. Oprah.
Wow. And that's the hope that embodies in a candidate that only in America. It gives people hope through really tough times to know that America provides those opportunities.
She got a little choked up there talking at the end when you start reflecting about how big this moment is. You know, that's what I marvel at too. This is such a big moment, and so many people in this building feel that so much is at stake, and that's why it's so important. That's why she felt it was so important that she come out and speak.
And also to hear Oprah say, the freedoms and successes that I've enjoyed are on the line.
Yes, yes.
That decency and respect are on the ballot.
And that's why she said common sense over nonsense. This is a moment we've been waiting for, though, Nora, right?
It is. This is the big speech of the night. Let's listen to the crowd. Let's listen as Governor Tim Walz accepts his party's nomination and gets introduced to the American people.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you, first of all, to Vice President Harris. Thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign. And a thank you to President Joe Biden for 4 years of strong, historic leadership. It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States. We're all here tonight for one beautiful, simple reason. We love this country. So thank you to all of you here in Chicago and all of you watching at home tonight. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination. And most of all, thank you for bringing the joy to this fight. Now, I grew up in Butte, Nebraska, a town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale. But I'll tell you what, growing up in a small town like that, you learn how to take care of each other. That family down the road, they may not think like you do. They may not pray like you do. They may not love like you do, but they're your neighbors. And you look out for them, and they look out for you. Everybody belongs, and everybody has a responsibility to contribute. For me, it was serving in the Army National Guard. I joined up 2 days after my 17th birthday, and I proudly wore our nation's uniform for 24 years. a Korean War-era Army veteran, died of lung cancer a couple years later. He left behind a mountain of medical debt. Thank God for Social Security survivor benefits. And thank God for the GI Bill that allowed my dad and me to go to college, and millions of other Americans. Eventually, like the rest of my family, I fell in love with teaching. Three out of 4 of us married teachers. I wound up teaching social studies and coaching football at Mankato West High School. Go Scarlets! We ran a 44 defense. We played through to the whistle on every single play, and we even won a state championship. Never closed the yearbook, people. But it was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress. They saw in me what I had hoped to instill in them, a commitment to the common good, an understanding that we're all in this together, and the belief that a single person can make a real difference for their neighbors. So there I was, a 40-something high school teacher with little kids, 0 political experience, and no money, running in a deep red district. But you know what? Never underestimate a public school teacher. Never. I represented my neighbors in Congress for 12 years, and I learned an awful lot. I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. Then I came back to serve as governor, and we got right to work, making a difference in our neighbors' lives. We cut taxes for the middle class. We passed paid family and medical leave. We invested in fighting crime and affordable housing. We cut the cost of prescription drugs and helped people escape the kind of medical debt that nearly sank my family. And we made sure that every kid in our state gets breakfast and lunch every day. So while other states were banning books from their schools, we were banishing hunger from ours. We also protected reproductive freedom because in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I. If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you, you know somebody who has. And I can remember praying each night for a phone call. The pit in your stomach when the phone had rang, and the absolute agony when we heard the treatments hadn't worked. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you. I'm letting you in on how we started a family because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations free to pollute your air and water. And banks free to take advantage of customers. But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love. Freedom to make your own health care decisions. And yeah, your kids' freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall. Look, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. And I was a better shot than most Republicans in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it. But I'm also a dad. I believe in the Second Amendment, but I also believe our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe. That's what this is all about. The responsibility we have to our kids, to each other, and to the future that we're building together, in which everyone is free to build the kind of life they want. But not everyone has that same sense of responsibility. Some folks just don't understand what it takes to be a good neighbor. Take Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Their Project 2025 will make things much, much harder for people who are just trying to live their lives. They spent a lot of time pretending they know nothing about this. But look, I coached high school football long enough to know, and trust me on this, when somebody takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're going to use it. And we know if these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class, they'll repeal the Affordable Care Act, they'll gut Social Security and Medicare, and they will ban abortion across this country with or without Congress. Here's the thing, it's an agenda nobody asked for. It's an agenda that serves nobody except the richest and the most extreme amongst us. And it's an agenda that does nothing for our neighbors in need. Is it weird? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's also wrong. And it's dangerous. It's not just me saying so. It's Trump's own people. They were with him for 4 years. They're warning us that the next 4 years will be much, much worse. You know, when I was teaching every year, we'd elect a student body president. And you know what? Those teenagers could teach Donald Trump a hell of a lot about what a leader is. Leaders don't spend all day insulting people and blaming others. Leaders do the work. So I don't know about you, I'm ready to turn the page on these guys. So go ahead, say it with me. We're not going back. We've got something better to offer the American people. It starts with our candidate, Kamala Harris. From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, as an attorney general, as a United States senator, and then our vice president, she's fought on the side of the American people. She's taken on the predators and fraudsters, she's taken down the transnational gangs, and she stood up to powerful corporate interests. She has never hesitated to reach across that aisle if it meant improving your lives. And she's always done it with energy, with passion, and with joy. Folks, we've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes. So here, this is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know. If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors. You know, you might not know it, but I haven't given a lot of big speeches like this. But I have given a lot of pep talks. So let me finish with this, team. It's the fourth quarter. We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team. Kamala Harris is tough. Kamala Harris is experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready. Our job for everyone watching is to get in the trenches and do the blocking and tackling. 1 inch at a time, 1 yard at a time, 1 phone call at a time, 1 door knock at a time, 1 $5 donation at a time. Look, we got 76 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it on the field. That's how we'll keep moving forward. That's how we'll turn the page on Donald Trump. That's how we'll build a country where workers come first. Health care and housing are human rights. And the government stays the hell out of your bedroom. That's how we make America a place where no child is left hungry, where no community is left behind, where nobody gets told they don't belong. That's how we're gonna fight. And as the next president of the United States always says, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, thank you. God bless.
Well, if you didn't know Governor Walz, you just got a sense why Kamala Harris chose him to be her running mate. Coach Walz is what the signs say, and he said, we're going to leave it all on the field. Someone who brought his own football team to a state championship. There's a folksiness about him. He embodies these Midwestern values.
He speaks in language where everybody understands. You know, he said, when he says, clip this and give this to your undecided relative, I mean, just the way that he turns a phrase, you can still hear the crowd is still cheering for him and his family.
There's so many different parts to his biography, coming from a small town in Nebraska, joining the military, serving in uniform for 24 years, and then trying to end hunger by making free breakfast and lunch in schools.
Also, it says something about him that he had a student introduce him. I think that speaks volume about the man that he is.
And he's seen as inexperienced on the national stage, but tonight the United Center was his classroom. And he is an inexperienced political figure, but he's an experienced teacher. He had command. Language is one thing, rhetoric's another. Energy coursed through this speech. This country got to know who Tim Walz is. He's a governor, but he's also a former teacher, and he's now perhaps a formidable political figure.
Bob, they seem to like him too.
They did.
Weijia Jiang is at the podium right there by the stage. Weijia.
Nora,
I was watching Governor Walz as he was preparing right here just feet away, and he's just like us. He was in the zone. He was taking so many deep breaths as he was listening to his former student because he knew he was almost up. We saw him getting touched up by, his squad giving him hairspray, and he really seemed to be there by himself. And I say that because when the football team came back and walked behind him, he didn't turn around. He was looking at the ground. He was looking at the stage. He was getting ready for the speech of his political lifetime. And he talked about how he's not used to giving a speech like this. In fact, he doesn't really use a teleprompter, so he had to rehearse about that. But that doesn't mean he doesn't know how to communicate. Let's remember why he's here, because of one word, weird. And he used it tonight. He was able to cut through and really resonate with Democrats. And tonight we saw on full display, we're also told that the vice president watched all of this from a hotel nearby and, took it all in, giving him the space to do what he did. Nora.
Regent Jang, thank you. John Dickerson.
3 quick points. Never underestimate a public school teacher. I think he just demonstrated why that's the case. One of the attacks against the Harris campaign is that there's something not a part of the American story. Everybody has a Tim Walz in their life, somewhere in it, and that connects to a larger electorate. And then finally, if you're running a convention, you want an escalating sense of excitement to go right to the nominee, and they've now done that by the end of 3 nights.
They keep describing this the Ted Lasso of politics. If you're in this room right now, you think this is in the bag, everything is fine. But I think that Barack and Michelle Obama made it very clear it's still going to be a very, very close race. And as exciting as this is, and as great as these past 3 nights have been, we have a big night tomorrow to see how that goes. They keep building, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
When you're dead.
Sleep when you die.
Reminds me of every gym coach telling me, get going.
Yes.
Get going.
Yeah, this was Tim.
Well, that is the energy and the message that they need because they only have 75 days to try and win this election.
A very different kind of locker room talk.
No doubt. All right, well, that's a wrap for night 3 here in Chicago. Our coverage continues tomorrow when Vice President Kamala Harris formally accepts the Democratic presidential nomination. For all of us here in Chicago, I'm Nora O'Donnell. Good night.
Washington is the seat of power.